Hello everybody, welcome. Welcome to another Monster Hunter stream. I hope you guys are all doing well tonight. If it's anyone's first time here, hello, my name is Ristretto and welcome to the stream. If you've been here before, then welcome back. Thank you for being here. I hope you guys are all doing well tonight. I hope you guys had a nice weekend. It was very warm where I live. I assume that's the case for a lot of you this past weekend, but we've got iced coffee. We've got a fan on over there. It's not too hot today, so, you know, it's gonna be a good day for some Monster Hunter. We're going to be streaming some Monster Hunter Rise for the Nintendo Switch, which is our usual game right now. And we're nearing some of the final parts of this game. We're not going to be done with it for a little bit still, but we're nearing some of the final parts. We're almost done with all of the 7-star hub quests that we've unlocked so far. And when we're done with those, I think we're going to take on our next urgent, which is to hunt a Chameleos for the first time in 5th gen. I'm looking forward to that a lot. So, I'm going to go ahead and give you guys some beans in the chat. We're gonna jump on over to the game. I'm gonna say hello to you guys because I appreciate you guys being here, and then yeah, we'll get to it. We have a few quests here, and if we get through them well, enough, maybe some Chameleos tonight. We'll see. Cheers to you guys. Thank you for being here.
Why the buttocks? Damn.
Hello, Monty. Welcome. Hope you had a nice weekend and welcome to the stream. Hello, Sixth Quill. Thank you for the raid so much, Quill. I appreciate it. I hope you had a fun time streaming Hollow Knight, and I appreciate you bringing folks on over here when you're done with that. If you folks haven't checked out Quill's stream before, they generally stream some Monster Hunter. They said they were taking a break today. Who knows, maybe they'll take a longer break. But their Twitch is right there in the chat. They were streaming some Hollow Knight tonight, so if you want to see them play a game that I'm probably not going to ever play on stream, then check out that stream. Check out that game. That channel. Words. Hello, Ajakes. Welcome. I hope you enjoy your lurking tonight, and thanks for being here. Serpa Sonolento. People blanket to you too. Welcome. I would not actually want a blanket. As cute as that emote is, it's not people blanket weather. It's like, we need the opposite. We need like a beach Pepe. Just like laying out at the beach. Welcome, Fish Kebab and Blue Valco. Hope you guys are doing well tonight. I like that emote from Vengeful Torture. That's a nice berry off. Let's see. Anybody else here? Trackstar's here. Love and respect to you too, Trackstar. Thanks for being here. Hi. And then Alpha as well. Alpha, I wish you luck on your project if you're still working on it. Hope you had a nice weekend. I think that's everybody. If I missed anyone, I apologize. I didn't mean to. Pipokini. Doesn't necessarily have to be a bikini Pepe. I think that's like kind of weird. At least I think that's kind of weird. I just want like a beach Pepe. Maybe he's like got a pool floaty, or I don't know. It could be anything. Maybe it's a surfing Pepe. Okay, let's play the video game. Yeah, welcome to you guys. Oh, I should, I guess, do that whole Kahoot Nest thing, huh? Isn't Pepe naked by default? I don't want to think about it. I'm good. He's not in People Blanket, and that's what matters, because People Blanket is one of the best Pepes. Hello, Mizutsune. Welcome. Might be a Pepe with a surfboard. That would work. Okay. I'm just going to set up these Meowcenaries. Good themes here. It's true, Monty, it's true. You guys get up to anything fun this weekend? I went to the beach. It was really hot. I don't really like the beach. But I went there. My wife and I went there and she enjoyed the beach, so that was good. And then after that, I did get to sleep a bit. All I really wanted to do this weekend was sleep, and I did get to do some of that, so I can't complain. I wish you could theme the Trader or the Meowcenaries music. That'd be nice. If you didn't get up to anything fun this past weekend, then I don't know what you've been doing in Monster Hunter recently. I like getting to hear from you guys about what you're working on. Gives me a sense of what folks are, I don't know, enjoying in their own time. We are running out of Mega Potions frequently. That's not good. I guess I should look at how much honey I've got. Made a surface mushroom biome and made a house you're furnishing right now. Is that in Terraria, I'm assuming, Mizutsune? That's cool. I don't know if I've seen the mushroom biome before in that game. I've seen it when they added it to Minecraft, though. Actually, you know what? I might have. It's been so long since I've played Terraria. Okay, let's see. Do we have any melding ready? Nope, but we have a bunch queued up. That's exciting. Alright, let's see. What is there between us and Chameleos? There are 2 quests. There are 2 quests left between us and Chameleos. That's pretty exciting. Now, there are a few other things I might want to do before we do Chameleos. I haven't done any of the events recently. So we have an Apex Arsros event, we have an Almudron event. Can't do the Chameleos event yet. That would be cheating. I also have some egg quests. We'll warm up with this one though. My favorite 5th generation monster, Anjanath. I want to try and get better at him, but he makes me so upset. He just makes me mad. We'll try not to be mad at him today. Have you done the low rank events? I have, yeah. Yep. I think so. Actually, there might be one new low rank event I haven't done. I haven't done an event in a couple weeks. I am not totally sure why. I just didn't. Tigrex and Anja. Alright, I'm gonna let you guys pick my weapon for that. So, if you would like to pick my weapon for the first quest of the night, which is going to be Master Utsushi's Challenge Part 4. 4, sorry, wrong way. Go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. How that works is when you type that in, it's going to put your name into a hat of sorts. I'm going to draw your name out. And if I draw your name, that means you get to pick my weapon for this quest. And we'll try our best with it, even though it has Anjanath. Look at how pretty those icons are. I'm not over this game in a lot of ways yet. Like, look at the little swirls in, like, the crook of Tigrex's arm, or, like, where Anja's leg and arm meet his body, and the coloration. So good. Anja has gross teeth. I'm glad they made him look gross. Okay. Let's see. Is there anything that we can go ahead and make? We can make the Almudron hammer. We got several Almudron plates last stream. Our last stream was with Maestro Nox, so it was pretty fun. Can upgrade the Bishaten one if we wanted. Let's upgrade that Almudron one. Get it so we have yet another weapon that needs an Almudron orb. Oh my god. I need so many orbs. So many orbs. At least we're moving through the game though. That's nice at least. If we were just sitting here and grinding orbs forever and ever, it'd be kind of a bummer. Can I make the Lumiere bowgun yet? I wanted to the other day. I forget if we need Zenny right now. If we need Zenny, I think that's what we need here. Yeah, we need Zenny. I'm gonna go do a Zenny run before we do our first quest here, but go ahead and keep typing !ticket in the chat if you haven't already. After the Zenny run, we'll do that first quest. Kind of nice to get the Zenny run out of the way while folks are still trickling in. That way we have money for the rest of the night. What's Miracle Worker? Often increases the number of reward items. Okay, that's fine. Why did I eat for booster? Whoops. Oh well. Okay. How did you end up here? I think you probably came from Quill's stream if you came up here automatically, Frenchie. How you doing? We're just setting off for the night. We have only a couple quests left before we get to hunt our first 5th gen Chameleos. I'm really excited about it. I haven't really seen much. I've seen like maybe a glimpse and a half of him in this game in somebody else's clip, but I really haven't even seen anything of the fight or like what the theme sounds like or anything. I've seen some weapon designs, a little bit of the armor. But I'm really excited to see what they did with them. It's so exciting, this series. The way that they have, the way that they update fights and change them through the games. It's just exciting to see what they do with them. How they make them more exciting or more strict, or I don't know, all kinds of different stuff. Hey Tan Panda, welcome. How you doing tonight? We're gonna listen to a little bit of music while we're doing our Zenny run here. We have a weapon raffle going on right now to choose my weapon for an Anjanath and a Tigrex, because that's the first quest that we have up tonight. This is your first Monster Hunter game, so it's fun fighting everything for the first time. And see, the exciting part about that is, like, if you ever do get to go back and play the older games, you'll have a little bit of experience and a little bit of knowledge about how to deal with things, but then you'll also get to be surprised of like, oh, wow, that's totally different. This is how it used to work. It's so different. Or like, wow, it's a totally different challenge, or it's a harder thing, or it's an easier thing. Just got your first vaccine shot. Congratulations, good. I was saying last week, it's just kind of, it's relieving and nice to hear in chat that folks are getting vaccinated and doing good. Love finding the differences from old to new gen. Me too. It's fun to find them and appreciate them and go, huh, those are both really neat. I love our gathering set. It's cozy. Have you gotten vaxxed yet? Yeah, I got vaxxed a while ago before I moved. Yep, thankfully I was able to through my work downstate. Back when I had like, like a full-time job. Oh man. What a crazy year. That's fair, Monty. I know some people have a lot of health issues, like underlying health issues that don't respond well to side effects. So I have some family members who are quite concerned in that way. Well, whatever you do, if you're worried about like just seeing what happens with vaccines, I think that's okay to feel like that. I think it's important that you still be safe otherwise. Legit though, you've just been lazy. Well, I hope that they make it easy enough for you to go get it at some point here. Well, like I said, in the meantime, be safe. We want you around. How are you adjusting? I think we're doing okay. It's still kind of up in the air, if that makes sense. Like, I'm getting used to my job. Today was my first really like rip-roaring, crazy busy day at my job, at the cafe here. Normally at this cafe I work at, it's kind of slow for the morning, it's slow for the afternoon. There's like a lunch rush in the middle that's like, oh, there's like an hour and a half, 2-hour lunch rush. We had a rush that started at like 8:30 in the morning and didn't end. It just didn't. It became the lunch rush. It was so busy, which was fine. It made the time go by. It wasn't stressful, it was just kind of busy. But that was nice. I felt like I was helpful, which is the goal. Yeah, evade extender. But yeah, in general, I'm doing okay. I think that as things go from summer to fall, I'll have to make more changes in terms of like either more hours at my job or like multiple jobs or a different job. So things will probably be a little bit dynamic around these parts for the foreseeable future. Probably Frenchie. That and like people who are up here for the holiday just getting the heck out of Dodge. There was one point today where there must have been a crowd of like 20 to 25 people outside the cafe just waiting for orders, waiting for food to come out. Just ridiculous stuff. Oh, I can't fast travel with this Ludroth here. Hello, IRB Goodja. But yeah, if any of you celebrated the holiday in America this past weekend, I hope you had a good one. I went to the beach and it was too hot. It was a lot, Frenchie. And like, we're only doing like, we only have a pickup thing, or a pickup window right now. We're not doing indoor dining where I work right now. But it was still like a lot of people outside. Can't wait to go back to school. Good, Idenior. I hope it's nice when you get to go back to school. I know everyone I talked to last year was like, dude, online learning sucks. You worked? Hopefully you got paid well for that, at least. And hopefully it wasn't too crazy a day. Set off a ton of fireworks. I hope you had fun with that. I hope you were safe. We had somebody in the Discord be like, yo, I got a noise complaint today. Just funny. Okay. After this run through the forest, we'll go ahead and we'll let you guys finish choosing my weapon for the Anjanath and the Tigrex that we're going to be hunting. Howdy everyone, the music sounds like Iceborne. It is Iceborne. This is the 15th anniversary orchestra concert, which starts off playing some of Iceborne's themes. Three separate show quality fireworks locations within like a 2-mile radius. Wasn't trying to sleep or anything. If you were, I'm sorry for you. I was glad that wasn't... you know what? I didn't really hear that many fireworks around here last night. I'm sure there were some, but none right by my house. That sounds dangerous, fish. Actually, speaking of which, there's a firework now. Sorry, but you hate fireworks? They're not really my thing either, Frenchie, so I don't blame you. No one died, so it's fine. That's good. Hopefully no one was hurt either. They do a good job of the texture work in this game, making it look like there are bump maps or normal maps to them when there's not. Like, they are just totally flat textures. There is no, like, actual bump mapping being applied to those, but the way they have them really makes it look nice. Did I bonk my PC? Oh, did it freeze? I'm sorry. If the stream was freaking out, it should be back. I'm sorry. I even missed it freaking out this time. Usually I notice. Sorry, folks. It does that like once every once in a while right now, and I'm not sure why. Sorry. Apologies. I hope it's better now. Did I bump my PC? No, it just does that sometimes. Don't know if anyone's ever experienced it, but being under one of the bigger fireworks displays is annoying, burning shells falling everywhere. I've actually never been that close in proximity to fireworks, so no. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say last call for that weapon raffle. If you want to choose my weapon for a Tigrex and an Anjanath, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. We're gonna be doing that soon here, once I'm done getting Zenny. Yep. Sorry for that little production hiccup. Oh, Windows. Oh, I missed. Feels bad, man. There really needs to be an alternative for fireworks. I mean, I feel like the alternative is not fireworks, which is okay. I feel like the alternative is like you go out and enjoy this like beautiful country for it being like a beautiful place, more so than like a celebration of any kind of weird firework explosion things. Drones, oh god. I mean, that actually is the alternative. I've seen like a drone show before. I haven't seen one in person, but I've seen video of it. Gun lances are the alternatives. I mean, if they people made real life gun lances, that could be cool. Hello, Ken. Welcome, welcome. We are just finishing up a Zenny run, and we're gonna be starting our first quest here soon. How are you? How was your holiday weekend, Ken? Did you do anything fun? They are kind of pretty, Monty. They are unique in their visual. Thanks, Kaze. And just like that, our melding is ready. What do we get? A Para-Res talisman. Cool. That could be nice for heavy bowgun. Do we have extra mats? I feel like I probably chucked them all in after our last stream. Looks like I sure did. Yeah, I sure did. Okay. Just stayed home and rested? Nice. That is honestly what I wanted to do. I ended up going out to the beach, which was a little too warm for me, but it was still a nice time. Got to have a picnic on the beach. And then I got to come home and do some sleep and some resting, which was nice. Okay, let's see what I'm going to use for this first quest. IRB Goodja, what would you like me to use for a Tigrex and an Anjanath in the same quest? Feel free and share, Kaze. Oh, Vio, rip. Sorry. What are you all doing? Hunting horn. All right, hunting horn it is. Let me grab my horn. Or actually, let me grab my set, rather. All right, let's see here. Hunting horn. Anjanath and Tigrex, they're both probably going to be weakest to raw more so than anything. Sorry, Ars Mega, how it works is you gotta enter, and if I draw your name out, then you get to pick my weapon. So IRB Goodja won, so they get to pick what I use here, and they picked Hunting Horn. So that's what we're using here. Made money at your sister. That's funny, fish. Made money at your sister's garage sale. Got sunburned at the community pool, and your arms are sore from said pool so much you wake up at night due to them hurting. Aw, I'm sorry. I hope you feel better. That doesn't sound like much fun. Wear sunscreen? Totally. Wear sunscreen, dude. Yeah, I also feel that, Ken and Frenchie. I'm like, yeah. There are some days where it's like, man, it's a nice day. I finished work. What should I do? I should sleep. And that's just all I want to do. So I get you guys. Oh gosh, we almost sold every single one of our modulites. That would have been bad. Oh geez. The only monster not weak to raw is like Rachna. Yeah, Rachna doesn't really have any good hit zones. Seriously, it's bad. Dramatic music. That's some Zenny. Don't need like 500 matcha light? Hey man, what if I want to craft a bunch of ore weapons one day, all at once? Feeling good today, but not after having to move a giant bed into your room thanks to your dad's upgrade. Hopefully the new bed's nicer. It's really just, yeah, cutting feels okay. Blunt's a little bit, I don't know, blunt's all right. Shot is really bad. Shot you need to be piercing or you're gonna be having a hard time. They really dumpstered that monster's hit zones. 43 is the most troll hit zone in the world. That's the hit zone value I think that happens to, It was the hit zone value of one of the, I think it was the Metal Wrath's heads in 4th gen. After you broke them, they were a 43, which is just like the most mean thing in the world. I think we'll stick with this music. This music's pretty good. Haven't listened to an orchestra album in a while. Nice, Kaze. I've not tried a humidifier before. Yo, Ace, you've been making some gnarly progress recently. Does a man good to see his people train so hard. In fact, let's kick it up a notch. Got just the quest for you, and it's a real banger. Where am I now? We are in we have the last 2 quests of 7-star that we're working on right now. after that, I'll probably do maybe 1 or 2 events and maybe an egg quest, and then we'll do Camellios. So we're quite close to doing our next urgent, which is exciting. I've collected all the gear that I want to for now. We'll collect some more once we've unlocked that next tier of fights. But I'm doing pretty good. If you were asking about like where am I in real life, I'm just at my house. Camellios tonight? I might. We might. Why is 43 cursed? It's just below weakness exploit. So any set that's using weakness exploit for a large portion of its crits, because it's so effective, or so efficient rather, doesn't get any extra damage from 43 value hit zones. Hey, we got the good spawn. Oh, I woke him up. Shoot. Wait, no I didn't. Never mind. Oh no, performance mode. Well, we'll deal with it for now. Then we'll go and switch to Echo later. The reason I'm playing so much music is so I can do this and have it be a good wake up. All right. Let me know if the music needs to get turned up or anything like that. Aw. Okay, not enough iframes on that move. He wasn't sleeping? He wasn't? That's not sleep? Is that just like an idle state that looks like sleep? All right, let's change out for Echo mode real quick. Let me give you guys some beans. Idle state that looks like sleep. Okay. Well, that's a bit silly, isn't it? He needs bubbles for sleep. That's fair. Sure, I should have noticed. Oh well. Still, we hit him with a large attack. Largest attack we could at first. Saw the beans in chat so early. It happens. No bubbles. Hey, Harurush. Oh hey, appropriate song for this. Dude, he does so much damage to us, I love it. I really like Hunting Horn in this game. I'd like to think about it more in depth sometime, in terms of like, comparing the actual depth of this Hunting Horn compared to the old Hunting Horn, because they're definitely different weapons that focus on different things and different paradigms of like, gameplay and fitting things in on the monsters. I just really like how this one feels to play. Really miss Old Hunting Horn, but like this one too. Yeah, I guess I like Old Hunting Horn fine. There have been some hunts and some games where I really enjoyed it, and there have been some hunts and some games where I've really had like, man, this is a rough matchup with Hunting Horn. So, I don't know. I don't necessarily mind this rework. Ow. Just make 2 weapons, but that won't happen? Yeah. If you do, I hope you have fun, Story. Or I hope you have fun, Ken. I think I'm saving myself for the full game. I'm probably gonna purchase the game on day 1, but I'm not gonna be playing it on day 1. I guess that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, does it? I should probably just wait for sales. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, the actual song playing part of Hunting Horn doesn't seem to be as important as it used to be. Please hit. Thank you. And I think that if you were really into the whole song playing part of it and memorizing how to play your songs and finding spots to fit them into the combat, I can see how it would feel like that part of the weapon was basically missing. Okay, ouch. Let's fix that up. What if you said day 1 was your birthday and you wanted co-op? I really don't want to play it on day 1. I want to play Stories 1 this summer. I've thought about it. It looks phenomenal, Nox. It looks absolutely great. But I kind of want to save it until once I've played through Stories 1 so that it's not like I'm going back to the old dumpy one. I can just go forward to the new cool one after I'm done with Stories 1 and still have that context. For old Monster Hunter like Free Me Night, I don't think I mind, but I'm not really a JRPG person, so I feel like going forward's the only way for me in that way. I don't think so either, Vio. I know myself about JRPGs, and I'm not really into them, and so I'm trying to think of the best way for me to do it so I don't get burnt out. Enjoy your solo, Nox. Hi, Parsec. Welcome. I hope you had a nice weekend. Yeah, like I can go back to Monster Hunter 1 all I want and be like, yeah, this is cool, but like if you gave me a Final Fantasy from like the NES, I'd be like, oh god, help. Help me get through this game as quick as possible. No shade on that game, just like I'm not a JRPG person. Stories can be co-op? The new one, I believe so, Ice-T, yeah. This isn't gonna work, is it? Oh, it is. Cool. Is he leaving? I think he is. Work weekend was okay. Time for regular week off. Nice. Nice. Did you like attacking with the joystick? It didn't bother me that much. I think it didn't bother me because I think it's kind of unique and it definitely fits. Like, it's kind of jankiness of doing that kind of fits with the simplistic movesets of the weapons and the otherwise slow pace of the controls in Monster Hunter 1 and DOS, and I guess Tri. Doing it with Tri would be interesting, because to me, Tri is probably a game that moves a little fast for those analog stick controls. But for DOS and Monster Hunter 1, where it's kind of like an older game, I think it fits okay. The never-ending bite. That's cool, Parsec. I don't know why I didn't know about that or ask about that in the past. It's pretty cool. The only area of like experience with that I have is I used to be really into collecting knives, and some of the fanciest pocket knives were CNC machined. I think you did, but it was a while ago. Apologies. Ow. I'm trying to get better about not like instantly wire falling right after being hit. I realized I had a really bad habit about it where every time I got smacked, I was basically just instantly wire falling. I'm trying to treat it more like an old school Monster Hunter game in terms of just kind of like waiting to see if I should get up or stay down. And then using wire bugs as an option if I can. This is a fun Tigrex, or a fun area to fight Tigrex in, I think. But yeah, hope you guys are down for, I don't know, the last few HR7 quests that we've got so far. It's pretty exciting that, I guess, when were the Elder Dragons added? 2.0? Yeah, the Elder Dragons were 2.0. So we're working on 2.0 content at this point. No stagger, that's okay. He's moving on. Just watching a Brood War speed run, crazy stuff. I'm assuming that's a StarCraft thing. I don't know much about StarCraft, but I think I recognize Brood War from StarCraft. I would imagine any kind of RTS speedrun would be pretty nutty to watch. Like that genre already has such an emphasis on like actions per minute and working fast that to watch like even faster of it would be kind of nuts. Uh-oh. Yes! Alright. Get it! Bonk. No KO. Uh-oh. Oh, missed. At least we rolled through. Watch out, it's Lao Shen running, yep. Oh, I was looking down at the cat because he was scratching at something. That's my excuse. All right, well, we've got 2 monsters to kill and only 1 cart left, so this should be interesting. Okay, Tigrex is weak. We could cap him. I don't really want to. I'd much rather cap Anjana. Man, you can see Anja all the way out there. That's so cool. Is Tigrex gonna limp away? Nope, not yet. Oh, there he goes. Uh-huh, he is limping away. Lao Shan theme is unmistakable, probably the best part of the fight. I have kind of a soft spot for Lao. I've never actually had to grind him like back to back to back to back to get a bunch of gear from him. It's always been like every once in a while I do a Lao Shan. I have a soft spot for those big siege fights. This is the theme of Lao Shan Lung, Monty, which is an old Elder Dragon from some of the oldest games, primarily 1st and 2nd gen. He's in Generations Ultimate. But he's kind of boring. He's big. He walks a long ways. You have to kill him as he goes. Missed the joke? Oh, okay. What fight? I got you. I thought you were being serious. I thought you were being serious. Maybe I should have known better. Oh, ouch. I was being genuine. Alright, double jump? Nope. Charge. Alright. Oh my god, these things. Screw you. There. Broke his ankle to death. We sure did. The shockwave was too strong. This theme is about to be way too intense for what we're doing here. Okay. Alright, let's see if we can't do Anjanath a little better than some of the other times we've fought him. I really rarely use this camp. Why is this old fatty? I think this is the new Fatalis theme. So it begins. The bites, and they never stop. Whoops. I think we have a good number of potions left. We just need to not die. Interesting, that. I should probably KO. Nope, not yet. This should KO. There it is. Please. No, I did it the wrong way. That's okay. That's okay. Huntington actually feels like a nice matchup for Anjanath because you get to smash his head in with your giant hitboxes and kind of run around him pretty easily with the fast movement speed. Yeah, it looked really cool, Parsec. I watched a lot of content for that, even though I wasn't playing the game at the time. It looks really neat. That's one of the things I think I'm probably looking forward to the most about going back to Iceborne, is getting to do some of those late game fights like Elatrian and Fatalis for the first time. Bite. Nope, swipe. Bonk. Went from 600 to 3K-ish hours on Elatrian alone. Dude, you must love new Elatrian. Holy crap. It looks cool. Old Elatrian. Oh boy. Old Elatrian's a good fight too. I'm excited for that too. I think the next Elatrian we're probably going to face off against is going to be in 3 Ultimate. I would imagine. It will have been longer since we played a 3rd generation game than a 5th generation game, so I think 3U will probably be up before World will be. Although, I don't know. We'll see. Whoops. Let's heal. Broke his leg. Nice. Whoop, he got me. Nope, this is not going to work out very well. Oh, I lied. It's fine. Hey, setting off wind. And the bites never stop. Ah, bummer. Woo! Cut a little close there, huh? Dun, 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 dun. We're doing okay. He hasn't come too close to killing us too many times. I think it should be close-ish to a KO, although it walking around for a little while might have dissipated some of the status buildup. Still? Wow. I like rolled deliberately off the ledge so I could try and stay away from that hitbox and it still got me. Oops. I probably could have done something more worthwhile there, huh? Like, I probably could have done a magnificent trio. You know what? Probably not the best idea. That's not what I meant to do. Ugh. Anjanath. Wow, that hitbox lasted, didn't it? This guy does not want to get KO'd. Stop biting! Why does your leg hurt me if you're biting me with your mouth? You don't make any sense. Big old tremor, huh? Messed that up a little bit. This should be a KO. Well, not quite a KO, but you know, it'll work. Hey, Game God, welcome. He was still biting. Oh my gosh, Anjanath. Wait, what's going on in chat here? Oh, okay. As long as it's a joke. If it's not, that's pretty mean. I didn't follow the whole conversation there. It didn't look like anybody was pooping on anybody else. Ain't doing well, Game God, sorry. You'll get it. You'll get it. Yeah, that was not a good use of my time. Shouldn't have been doing that mag trio there. Here come many bites. Oh my god, why does the back of your ankle flinch me if you're biting something? Ah! Are we dead? Nope. Wow. Yeah, fight the Jaggy instead. Oh gosh. It still hit him. The resonance still hit him even though I hit the Jaggy instead of him. Oh god. Anjanath, why? What does that hit? What? What album is this? This is the 15th anniversary orchestra album rights. While we fight my favorite monster. Hey, yes, Fox. Good, I'm glad. Hope you're doing well tonight. Hope you're hanging out tonight. That's not a good sentence. Oh, thank goodness. Every time you see me wirefall, you're like, will the hitbox gods have mercy? Seriously, it feels like a random chance with this dude. It's not, but I have not spent nearly enough time with Anjanath to be like, ah, yes, this one of his many bites has giant hitboxes on the legs versus the other one of his many bites that doesn't have the hitboxes crazy around his legs. Like, probably did like 8 jobs last night. Already got 3 calls today. Kind of taking up your morning already. That sounds great. In demand S-Fox. Nice. Any cards so far? We had 2 cards, so I'm going to cap this Anjanath and say we're done. Anjanath is one of the few monsters where I'll be like, I don't need to finish this fight. Good night, Anjanath. Sleep well. Yeah, I'm trying to be better about it, Ken. I'm trying not to wirefall too much after most moves. He still caught me out a few times. Hope you get a gem. Thanks. I appreciate it. I know you were looking for an Anjanath gem for a while, right, Game God? I got a Wyvern gem, but not an Anjanath gem. That's okay. Got some Lazurite, too. I still need a lot of that stuff, so I'm happy for that. Thanks, game. How's things been? Things have been good. Anja's a good monster. I have a ways to go before I can admit that, Ken. Does capping give more materials? Not necessarily at Idenor. Basically, here, if I go into the Hunter's Notes, let's look at Anjanath here. If I go into the Hunter's Notes, and I scroll over to Materials, you can see each of these materials here has a chance from body, well, not each of them, but some of the materials have a chance from a body carve or a capture. So let's say I needed a gem. If I need this gem, you can see just doing a quest with him gives us a 2% chance. Giving us capturing him gives us a 3% chance. If we look down there at the body carves part, oh, it's behind my head. If we look up there at the body carves part, you can see the body carve is only a 1% chance for the gem, but the capture reward is a 3% chance. So it doesn't give you more materials usually, but it will give you different chances at certain things. So depending on what part you need from a monster, sometimes it's better to capture it, sometimes it's better to kill it and carve it. Does that make sense? If you have any other questions about it, feel free to ask. Okay. Do the cats like each other yet? They're getting there, Palmetto. Actually, recently, for the first time, so we adopted a stray cat before we moved. And the stray cat and my resident cat, my cat that I had before, don't like each other very much. They've been having to live pretty separate inside the apartment. For the first time yesterday, they played under a door instead of like growling at each other under the door. They were like kind of like sticking their paws out and like messing with each other. So, progress. All right, we have one more quest. We have one more HR7 quest before we start moving on through the game again. I'm gonna let you guys pick my weapon for this one. All right. So, if you would like to pick my weapon for a Raknakadaki and a Rathalos in the same quest, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. Out of potions entirely. Hello, Lost No Frost. I'm turning this up a little bit. They did such a nice cover of this. Oh my god. No, I'm with you, Morg. Pick something you think would be tough for me against Raknakadaki and Rathalos. Don't make me getting the Camelios easy. Alright, we have an orb. I forgot. One day on a multi-night, you should flip the script on chat and choose their weapons for a hunt. See how they like it. You can say Aid for short. The E is silent. Thank you, Aid. I appreciate it. Cheers. It's nice to meet you, Aid. Welcome, welcome. There are holes in my wish list? I know! For the first time in a long time, we actually can see through the wish list. I forgot we had an orb. I'm gonna wait. I'm not gonna make anything with it yet, but soon. Soon. Quite the face. What face did I put some face on, I'm sorry. I don't even know what face I made, Ken. We're so far gone. We're so far gone. Make everyone abide by the raffle for hunts. That could be kind of fun. That could be kind of fun. I would imagine not everyone has weapons like that ready to go. Shamisen. Oh my goodness. Love weapon roulettes, it's fun. I forgot that they went right through these. I forgot they went through these ones. Did you ever watch the Smithy Cat working on its blade? He's doing pretty good. Using the water to get that slurry going. Is this Brachydios? This is Glavenus. This is Glavenus's theme. Went straight from Mizutsune's theme into Glavenus's. Indeed, Marths. Like how he watches the senpai. I guess it is really cute that they're like apart from each other doing basically the same thing. Dude, the song's so good. Oh my god, I want Glavenus in this game so bad. I fought Ibushi every hunt for 4 days and still can't get a stupid orb. I'm sorry, Tan Panda, that sucks. It sucks a lot. If you're still around towards the end of the night and you still haven't gotten one, I'll do a Ibushi with you. Alright, I'm gonna say last call for that weapon raffle. If you want to pick my weapon for Raknakadaki and Rathalos, go ahead and type an exclamation mark ticket in the chat. Does that guy to the right ever do anything? He's like the smithy, or the I don't know if I've ever talked to this dude before. It's playing all of his like quest dialogue. Does he do anything at all, or does he just have? No, he doesn't do anything. He's just here. There goes our plate. Checking off all these designs, all these weapons to be made. Can finally make the Bazogoose ones. I was looking forward to making these. Oh, they look so cool, dude. Oh, we're already out of Zenny? We just spent 400,000 Zenny. Whoa there. Alright, I'm actually going to use the bathroom before this next quest. Like I said, last call for that weapon raffle. If you want to pick my weapon for Raknikadaki and Rathalos, go ahead and type exclamation mark ticket in the chat, and I will be right back and we'll do that. Hello, folks. I'm back. You don't have mats to sell? Guaranteed you'd make several million just getting rid of half that horde pile we know you have. It's mostly just so I can make lots of gear without having to go out and farm much. I keep anything that gets over 20 parts, I'll sell, but anything that's under 20, I save. That's just the number that I've used for a lot of games now. All right, let's see what I'm going to use for this quest. Thank you guys for waiting. Appreciate you. Kyrule. Kyrule?
Sick iframe.
What would you like me to use for Raknikadaki and Rathalos? Hey, Zelda fan. How you doing? Sorry, Monty. Sword and Shield, my man. Thank you, Kyrule. What's up, Ken? You're here, you? I'm doing okay. I'm warm, but I'm alright. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, Raknadaki, Rathalos. Wonder if we can upgrade the Barioth one. What does incomprehensible Roggy noises sound like? Or something like that. Something like that. I think that's what the noise a Roggy makes, right? I think that's the noise a Roggy makes. Isn't it? Oh, that's the last Barioth upgrade level. That's a bummer. It's probably still worth using, honestly. Hey, Fog. Welcome. Look, if y'all are hanging out with me and you ask me what an incomprehensible Roggy noise is, that's what it sounds like. Like that mental debate you had in your head trying to figure out if you wanted to make that noise. I was just looking at you guys like, you know what you're asking. You know what you're asking. You're asking for the bizarre noise. Has to do the sound each time? Oh no. See, that's the stuff that's just like, that's disruptive. That's disruptive to the stream. If somebody's like redeems like, oh, streamer, you gotta drink water. You gotta make it the Roggy noise. Like, that's just disruptive. Make it expensive to have a long timer. I think we might start have to do that with some of these because there are more and more things that folks want for redeems, and we're gonna run out of spots to put them in.
This is beans.
I don't actually know what I meant by that. There's no such thing as spots to put them in, but
only mean people hit Popo for charge. Are you eating the Popo? No, you leave my Popo alone.
all right. See how this goes. Your present wasn't too shabby. I mean, like, they make some weird guttural noises. That's part of why when someone typed Rogged, I made that a command. Is spider weaker to ice or water? It's weaker to ice, but only barely. It's not very weak. I'd probably be better off, honestly, using the frickin' Nargacuga. Considering that, like, most of its body only takes a little bit more, but honestly, with a monster whose hit zones are so bad, we might as well just get a little bit of element in there. Especially because we can max out frost attack, or ice attack, and have 28 ice. Are we way over crit? We might be way over crit. We're over crit by 15. Oh well. Let's go. This is our last actual quest before Chameleos. I'll probably do 1 or 2 events. I'll probably do an event or 2, and then we'll do Chameleos. Maybe the actual thing you have to do before each new urgent quest, and that's an egg quest. Alright, see ya, Zelda. Thanks for hanging out and saying hello. Thanks, Serpus Ornolento. I had fun making this layered set. You're fighting Rachna, so Wax ain't even gonna proc 95% of the fight. That's fair. That's fair, Monty. That's a pretty good observation, honestly. I wouldn't have thought about it like that. Cool. We have Drill Slash, that's what I wanted. Big swipe. Whoa! Whoa! I've never seen it do that. That's so cool. Did you guys see that it go over the ledge and like climb down? Oh, that's so cool. I've never seen it do that. All right, let's get away from this cursed ledge. It's a big swipe. I didn't realize. The legs are a scam with the number colors. They really are. They are not a weak zone. If they pop off as orange, they are not. Yep. Yeah, they're a 43. Ouch. What's the cause of the yellow numbers? No one, I mean, I don't even know. I don't even know what the game considers like, oh, this is a good hit zone. It might be different on every monster. High enough? Well, what's high enough? I guess, yeah, sharpness mod is considered when you have those on, isn't it? They're gonna fight? Ooh, they're gonna fight. Yeah, hang on a second. Morg Daddy asked to see the hit zones, and the hit zones on Rachna are actually pretty interesting, so I'm gonna pull them up. They are kind of a confusing fight, if I'm honest. Okay, so not much changes here. You can see you have leg when it's not threaded is 25 for both cutting and impact. Leg when threaded is a 43 for both cutting and impact, which like is okay. It's not great. It won't proc Wex, but like you can kill a monster with that. The abdomen when cocooned is 50 for both of those, so it's probably like it's a pretty good way to get damage in. And then whenever the head exposes itself after a few attacks, it's a good idea to sneak in a few hits on it. Poor shot though. Shot gets 45 on the head when the head is barely visible. It doesn't exist when it's not like extended out past her claws as a hit zone. And then the rest of her body is just dump. It's awful. And there's no good elemental zones. I mean, like, there's a couple, but the head doesn't exist. The claws are your only elemental zone where, like, I guess you could just pepper it with, like, rapid ice on the claws the whole fight, but that's basically it. It's not good. So it's a really interesting fight in that, like, for Blade Master, I think it makes kind of sense. Like, oh, you attack the legs, then you attack the stomach. But for gunning, it's just awful. All right, now we're gonna wait for that cocoon to happen. Thanks, Fog. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I don't dislike the monster. I think the monster's neat. It just seems to take, on average, a lot longer than most fights, just because its hit zones are so rough. Like, I'll bring the same set to most other weapons and clear them in about 15 minutes, and this will be about like 20 or 25. Couldn't really get to the head very easily there, which is a bummer. Whoa, the frames. Wow. That alpha destroyed it. Just aim for legs and butts. Yeah, I mean, the fight goes by just fine, Ken. Especially with Blade Master, it's not so much of a problem because you do have those decent hit zones of the stomach and then the legs. For gun, it feels really bad unless you're ringing Pierce. Ouch. Dude, I'm just getting wombo comboed. I'm just trying to eat, Rachna. Oh right, I guess you did a lot of heavy bowgun in this game. I forget that you did that. I'm sorry, Ken. Whoops. I don't really dislike Rachna. It just seems to take a little longer. I think it's a unique fight, so I'm glad it exists. Oh my goodness, so many wire bugs. You can use Metsu during Perfect Rush? I forget where I was in Perfect Rush there, but yeah. Thank you. Oh, too close. Uh-oh. That's some damage. Oh, we're gonna die. No, we're not. Cool. That was like a true sliver of health. Oh my goodness. That was a fun sequence. Let's see if I can't die for it. Hello, Sushi Prodigy. Welcome. Hope you're well tonight. Oof, bad call. What's she gonna do? I don't want to find out. Oh, she got me. I almost thought the Rathalos noise from the music. Alright, I think she's limping. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, she's dead. Cool. I mean, sub 15 is actually not bad. I know I was saying that this monster took a while, but that was not bad at all. I was just thinking about that the other day, Ken. I think Monty mentioned it, and I was like, you know, I'm really glad that's not in this game. We had a discussion about it afterwards. Oh, God. Don't say that, Ice-T. Please. Ooh, Little Wrath. Hey, Arcane. welcome, new to stream. I should have stayed back. There's a way to stay back. I just didn't do the input properly. Yeah, bad input there. Still getting used to those swipes. Hopefully by the time we get to Apex Rathalos, we'll actually have them down. Alright, good night, Ken. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. I hope you get some more good rest. Enough rest and you'll feel like yourself. Whoops. Well. Oh geez, that's not what I meant to do, but okay, it worked out. Dumpy little bite. That sounds neat, Arcane. I've had bugs once or twice to eat. I have not eaten a whole cricket like that, but I've had bugs once or twice. Should definitely sharpen. I do not, Arcane. Is it huge? I don't know what it is. I don't know what bugs are, but I don't know what that exact one is. They're Monka S. Oh, okay. Well, if you actually ate one, then props to you. Fog's reporting back to the same thing right now. Ice Tea wouldn't put a virus link here. That's not what Ice Tea's about. Oh, that is a very juicy looking cricket. My goodness. I can see that guy being like rolled up in grape leaf or something. Dang, did you actually eat one of those? That's crazy. Okay. More Rathalos. Waffle loaves. I was expecting a roar. He did not roar. He still did not roar. We punched the tip of his tail with our shield and he was like, ow! Have a good day at work, Skiffy. Or good night at work, whatever time it is for you. Come on. That didn't do anything! Woo! Whoops. Oh, I wasn't facing the right way. That's a bummer. Or is he leaving? Nope, not yet, at least. I really wish that had procced my Metsu Shurigeki. Now is he leaving? Nope. Fireball? Nope. Swoop. Fireball. Talons. Can I sharpen? I probably should have sharpened a moment earlier here. We're good. That was a little spooky. Do you think I'll ever use Windmill again? When I step down to low rank challenges, Metsu is just so much more fun. I mean, like, Windmill's cool too, but Metsu's so cool. Even if it misses, I don't care. It's just still cool. Oh, that was perfect rush, or not perfect rush, but Metsu. Could have been good. Could have been good. Now he's leaving? Yeah. Did any other monsters spawn in? Looks like no. That's interesting. You'd think something else would spawn after the Rachna, but no. I don't know about that one, Rathalos. I've definitely had Ristretto Arcane. I worked at a cafe for 3 or 4 years a while ago, and then I just started working at a cafe now. Once again. I wish I could have it at home. I don't have an espresso machine at home to make Ristretto style espresso with. so satisfying. This game makes no sense sometimes. Oh, bummer. This quest was going pretty cleanly until then. That's alright. Means we can grab a few more first aids. It looked a little bit like this where I live today. I wasn't sure why. It kind of looked hazy, like there was some haze off in the distance like that. And then I found out why. There were some forest fires in Canada, and the smoke was drifting down to where I live. I was like, oh, so that's what the hazy sound, or the hazy look was from. I thought it was like some heat haze or something. It wasn't like deep, deep smog like you see in California or something, but there was a little bit like far off the distance. You were like, that looks a little hazier than usual. What's up with that? British Columbia's been having a rough time with fires right now. I was not aware of that. When I think forest fires right now, I think California. One town was 95% wiped out. Oof. Like, hopefully not people. Hopefully houses before people are wiped out. Jeez. Sorry to hear it. Yet another reason why it should just be cool all the time. That's scary, Parsec. I remember reading about that the other day. Let's try and break this wing. Whoops. That was supposed to be a back hop. God darn it, Rathalos. You and your gigantic thighs. Broke it. Yeah. Oh my goodness, wow. He hopped back and turned a full 45 degrees there to get us. Ah, God darn it, Rathalos. Did you change albums? YouTube changed albums. It finished the orchestra album. Gosh darn it. After this, we'll probably switch back to the actual in-game music. Yeah, I know as someone who's like from a more like built-up area, it blows my mind. It's like, how could you have like rampant forest fires up here? You've got so much like water and like there's lots of lakes and stuff. I mean, I guess maybe not in British Columbia, but it's like, it's not like super dry up here. It's like, it's the north. But at the same time, it's like these places aren't built up and mostly what it is just trees. So I can see how it happened. It's mostly just trees and there's not tons of infrastructure up here. I've not had any bear encounters IRL. There we go. That's gonna be a cool kill cam. Rathalos, you jerk. Had to cart me when he was like 2 hits away. Metsu sure is a nice option. All right, that was our last full, yes, Rathalos plate, nice. I don't need those, but still, nice. That was our last full quest before Chameleos. Like I said, I think I'm gonna do 1 event and then probably 1 egg quest, and then we'll do Chameleos. Just to tick off some of the stuff that we haven't been putting off a bit. Yep, makes sense, Badobbles, makes sense. Yeah, the egg quest is really truly the thing you have to do before the urgent. If you haven't done your egg quest, then what are you doing? Sorry, Black Wolf Raven. Nice. Is that Medulla? Nope, just a marrow. It's okay. Some more lazurite, too. Apples or green apples? Apples 100%. Not a green apple person. Like, I might have some green apple on its own, or I might have it in something, but red apple's all the way for me. Okay. Let's see, what event are we gonna do? What event? Ooh, look at that blue check mark. Look at that blue check mark. Look at all those quests done. Feels so good, man. Why don't we do the Apex Arzuros event? I'm sure it'll be fine. I didn't triple a bunch of Apex Arzuros before. No, no way. Okay, so if you'd like to pick my weapon for a buffed, apparently, Apex Arzuros, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. I would agree with you on that, Nox. Alright, yeah, if you want to choose my weapon for one of those Grizzly Arzuros, Apex Arzuros here, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. Another Apex Arzuros lock? Hopefully not. I would like to do Chameleos. If we can't do this event, then what the heck are we doing? Okay, Nox, thanks. Nice of you. What are Apex monsters? There are Apex monsters in the game before this, in 4 Ultimate, but in this game, they're just buffed up versions of the regular monsters. They first appear in Rampage quests, which are just kind of like those big tower defense style quests. I did say Grizzly Arzuros because of your message, Arcane. It's true. They're more similar to some of the things that were in Generations Ultimate called Deviants, which are monsters that are kind of hardened up versions of the other versions. Or of their regular selves, excuse me. So they'll have different mechanics and different moves. In this game, they seem to have some parts of them that will soften up when they're glowing. That seems to be a common theme so far. But just beefier monsters that hit harder, move faster, have stronger moves. So this Arzuros would be much more deadly than your regular Arzuros. He tripled me like 3 times over, Morg, when we first did them. I've only fought one of them so far. I mean, I fought them in Rampages, but I don't really count that. You can tell because they have a different hairstyle? Ah, yes, of course. I'm gonna go ahead and say last call for that. If you want to pick my weapon for Apex Arzuros, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. Beast? No, not Beast of the Shadows. Haste makes waste. You're good, Arcane. If you see that message, it means you're already in. Seems like power alone isn't enough these days. Hunters want to look intelligent too. I'd take brawn over brains any day. Guess times are changing. Complete this request and I'll give you the required materials. Also, welcome, We Good over here. Welcome, welcome. R.I.P. Nox. All right, let's see what I'm gonna use here. Oh. Hello, Commander Henkel. Thank you for the sub. Welcome, welcome. Hope you had a nice weekend. Iced Tea Trinker. What would you like me to use for an Apex Arzuros? Bow is indeed in this game, yes. Sorry, Nox. Sorry, Bedavels. Boomstick. Ooh, neat. I will probably have a tough time with this. All right, let me think. For Apex Arzuros, what kind of shot type do I want? All right, see you, Nox. I need to watch that video Parsec. I still need to. I don't get to watch as much YouTube as I used to. Let's take a look at its hit zones again. I know that we're using Gun Lance and it probably shouldn't matter, but not really weak to any element particularly. Hello, Corey in the house. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. All right, with that, I'm gonna go ahead and fade out the Jazz album. Thank you, Jazz album. We're gonna put on the in-game music again. Now, okay, I'm trying to think. This guy's got like fast combos. I really like long for its worm stake and its worm stake spam, but I think wide might be the way. I don't know. I haven't tried the Narga Gun Lance out yet. Hey, Moldy. Can't bear to fight this monster. That's a bummer. Yeah, we're going to try long first. Wide could be good if the stake sticks. The worm stake's actually stronger with long. Wide has the unique stun on worm stake, but long has the more potent one. Especially this one, because it has level 5 and then it's boosted. I'm not sure if it's boosted past the cap. I think someone said it wasn't. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. I'm a little concerned because of how fast he is. I should have eaten for different things, but that's okay. What was I going to look at? I was going to look at something. I forget what. That one's bad, Moldy. It's good to have you here, but that one's bad. I forget what I was going to look at. I was going to look at something in the menu, I think, but whatever. I guess I'm going to make sure I have my items. I do. All right. Apex Arzuros and Egg Quest and then Chameleos. Let's see if we can get this Apex Arzuros down. Ooh, in the Flooded Forest too. Interesting. Yeah, I got you, Mark. Oh, I remember what I was gonna do. Okay, cool. We have no points of stun res. The last time we fought this guy, we had a point or two of stun res, and it seemed like a lot of his pins Or a lot of his, sorry, not of his pins. A lot of his instant stun moves were silly to me because you could always mash out of them 100%, meaning it was just kind of like, I'm going to knock you down to this state you're always able to get out of. You just have to mash, which I don't particularly like as a design decision. So this time I'm going to see if I don't have stun res, what happens. Okay, you can't block that one. It's good to know. No, it wasn't an issue of needing guard up. Morg has multiple hits, so countering it didn't work. Countering is not based on any guard or guard up. Hello, Arashi Suraika. The hitbox on that is absurd. Okay. This is going well. Might need to have a more guard-heavy playstyle here. What? It's a better Twitch TV emote. Is that the one with the slam? Like the person going slam. Oh, I hit the mic. I'm sorry. Is that the one with the person going slam, slam over and over? I've seen that one before, I think. Oh, I know that one. That's a good one. Whoops, too early. The hitboxes on some of these are just huge. That's not exactly all I thought he was going to do. Okay, so this is the one where he does that, and he has a big, long cooldown after it. Can we get out safely? We can. Why not counter all the slow single stuff like roars? I'm still learning the monster. God darn it. Whoops. Not what I meant to do there. Almost a toaster. Thanks for the follow. No! Dude, he's insane! What an insane monster! I think I'm gonna stick with the same setup. It just takes me time to learn fights with Gunlance in this game. That's all, Monty. As I get more used to his moveset, I'll be able to fit in more Gunlance stuff. Nice, iced tea. What an insane monster. I'm into it. Yeah, that's something I think is kind of neat, Fog, is many of these attacks are probably something that like you would have seen in Generations. I haven't fought those monsters, so all of these attacks are brand new to me. And it will be really neat to go back to GU and see some of these attacks in an older game. It's gonna feel really neat to me. It's gonna feel like going to Frontier and like fighting Frontier like Rakidios or Frontier whatever. You know, one of the newer monsters like Zenogre added to an older engine. That's what it's gonna feel like to me. Like, oh yeah, that's that move from Apex Diablos and Rise, but it's in GU. Like, it's gonna be cool. I'm excited for that experience. Let's try that again. Between this and the egg quest, it seems like we'll have a couple good challenges before we do the Chameleos. Okay, he does not always spawn in area 13. Does not always spawn there. Really, Benabra? Hey, Bio. We're struggling through our second Apex Bear clear. He's a little spooky. Whoops. I need to go past him for that. Not away. No back hop, only forward hop. Oh, this is gonna hurt. We used to traded. Oh my gosh. I'm not used to that. So used to regular Arzuros. Yeah, see, those large swipes of his have multi-hits. So even the counters that have really good, like they don't depend on guard up or guard, won't be able to deal with them. Jesus. I should have delayed that reload. If I had, I could have blocked that with it. You can turn around so much with them. Oh my goodness, I love it. Whoa. I don't even know what that move was. Oh. Well, better than last time. No! Thanks, Monty. Bit by bit. Oh gosh. Thank you, guard reload. Oh no. Wow, the frames freaked the heck out there. I don't know if you guys saw that or not. Yeah, you get that Remobra Arzuros. Get him. Oh no. Hello, Angani. Close enough, yeah. Not only Red Helm with Gunlance, courtesy of none other than Steve. Nope, missed. Dude, he just keeps going. Oh my goodness. That was the wrong way. No! Does so much damage. Oh my god. The razor sharp on this set is so nice. I hope you're doing well tonight, Angani. Thanks for coming by. Yep, we finished all the 7-star hub quests tonight. And I decided we would catch up on one of the events we hadn't done yet and do an egg quest before we take on our first Chameleos. This is the only event Apex for now? I think so.
I'm not gonna hit
Yeah.
Popo for charge.
I guess it is.
People hit Popo for charge. Are you eating the Popo? No. You leave my Popo alone.
Started out rough, but spending time with a few of your closest friends helped a lot. Good, I'm glad. I'm sorry to hear you had a rough day. I had a busy day, but not a rough day. That would be pretty exciting, wouldn't it, Parsec? Buffed up versions of the Apexes. So someone said this was a buffed Arzuros. Can anyone confirm that? Like, I mean, like, I don't need you to tell me what the HP numbers are, but can anyone confirm that this one does have higher scaling than even the regular solo hub one? I guess, you know what? Just to make him leave. I actually want to get better at Apex Arzuros, so I'm not going to weaken him too much with this. I'm just going to bonk them just to make them leave each other alone. It hits harder. All right. So this is, for all intents and purposes, this is super Apex Arzuros, yeah? No! Bishop 10! Oh, there goes the bear. Oh, there's a moth in here. Gosh darn it. It'd be nice if we got super versions of all the Apexes as events. I would find that really exciting. No, not really, Fog. That's if it hits harder, that's good enough for me. I'm assuming that they would scale other aspects of the quest up. Although that's not necessarily always the case. You look at something like Bombs Over Gog. Its parameters are pretty different from regular Gogmazios, right? Something like that. As long as it's just as long as it's changed, I think you can still call it a super version of a monster. No, I keep canceling too early. Cool. I'll take that. Alright, it seems like some of his most fearsome options come out of these turnarounds. The rock isn't too bad, though. Oh my god, Arzuros! Okay, what is... Okay, it's upswing, slam, full burst. Oh gosh, way too early. It's okay, at least it tremored. Don't think the difference is enough to call it a super, to be honest. That's fair. Usually super ones have like a lot more HP or hit a lot harder in a way that drastically changes the fight, where you have to respect certain things a lot more than usual. To me, it seems like pretty scary. Whoops. Should have hopped forward first. Whoops. Whoops. I don't know. This is now a whoop stream. It might be. I don't know how I feel about how I play Long Gun Lance in this game. It's a lot of worm stake spam. It's just really good like that. It's good like that, and then you can open up other options as the monster commits to more things. Like you can do a full burst or a worm and fire once they do more stuff. But we're like some basic charge shelling into worm stakes is such a safe, nice, easy option. Lots of pokes and charge shells. The only problem with that is that when you're doing that, wide actually has boosted charge shelling in this game, not long. So it's a lot more worth it to play wide like that. Not to play optimally, to play effectively. That's true. That's true. I do that with several weapons. I just don't know how I like to play gun lance in this game. Oof. Long has the reach. Yeah, I feel that too. Wide isn't nearly as useful with that. I like long in this game because it feels super versatile. You can use all three things effectively. You can use charge shells because of their reach. Oof. You can use your worm stake. You can do some full burst because you have that extra shell now. Oh gosh. Whoops. Went back to the old shell types? They did, yes. So, normal is boosted full burst. Long is boosted wyvern fire and worm stake. Wide is boosted charge shelling, and it has a worm stake that KOs. So I think it's easy to get confused and be like, oh, it's got the KO worm stake. Of course it boosts worm stake, but it doesn't. Yeah, the reach has always been a thing, Ice-T, for sure. But each shelling type actually does get a flat bonus. Oh gosh. Yep, dead. Oops, that's the Discord link, not beans. My bad. Yeah, the reach is just inbuilt to the actual geometry of the attack. Whereas the different types of gun lances physically will... Ooh, we've got him weak. The different types of gun lances, physically, not physically, calculation-wise, will will boost different options. I was laughing at what Ice-T said. Hi, Carded, join my Discord. Oh man. Alright, he's weak, so let's see if we can finish him off. Just gotta play safely for another little while here. Oh gosh, he's going all the way to 2. Okay, alright then. Don't like the minimap? Nope, just takes up too much space. A little too busy. I don't like most of the elements of the UI. Like, I really don't need to know the locations of all the monsters on the map at every given moment. I only really need to check, like, once when they're moving. Okay. Bomb. Bomb. Buff the shelling. Don't know if that buffs Wyvern Fire, but there's a chance. Boom. Shoot. Alright, let's play safe. Got him. Boom. That is my second Apex Argyros. It went better than the Greatsword one, that's for sure. Neat. All right, one egg quest and then it's Camilleo's time. Thank you guys for watching me do that. Trying to figure out this bear. Shielded weapons are always nice because they give you lots of insight in terms of like how far the hitbox comes out, which moves are multi-hits. Like, I don't know, shielded weapons help you learn a fight so much. I love learning fights with lance and gunlance for that reason. I also think it's the easiest way to learn iframes in any of the games. If you want to learn iframes for different moves, block them with shields. The moment it hits your shield is the moment you want to be hopping. Or rolling, I guess. Nice. Feels good to have done that event. Very original, Monty. Joe, dependable as ever. Thanks. Alright, can we meld anything? I kind of think we won't be able to. We haven't fought that many monsters tonight. Let me check, though. Okay, we're close. We can fudge it a little bit. There we go. We're good. Did you find the right stick sorting option in that melding menu yet? Right stick sorting option? No. By quantity held. Oh, that was a good face. Thank you, Iced Tea. Oh my god. That's amazing. Wow, thanks. Okay. Egg quests. Side quest requests. We have 2 left. 3 left. Oh no, okay. Forge 20 pieces of Paladin equipment. Deliver 2 Gargwa eggs. Deliver 1 Renoplos egg. Renoplos egg it is. Okay. Okay. It's weird pointing things like that out because you have to delete them in Aang chat. Wow. I didn't realize Angani was that particular about bits of UI. I guess it makes sense. It's still a spoiler, I suppose. But no, I like hearing about stuff like that. I like learning from chat for the most part. The only exception is when I'm doing something for the first time. So like, for an example, when we're fighting Chameleos, I've fought Chameleos before in 2nd and 4th gen, but it's been a while since I fought one. And so I don't really want any hints in terms of like how his hit zones work or how his moves work or anything like that. I want to figure out the fight, at least the first time through. After that, I like taking some hints. I gotcha, Aang. That's a good way to say it. It's a good way of putting it. Alright, Rhinopolos egg. Let's go find the egg. Okay, where are the eggs? I'm thinking about it. I think they must be down in the pit, aren't they? I think I'll let the cats come with us because they might draw some aggro. I would imagine the eggs are out here. Aha. Hey, Sparkle Wolfie. Okay, Rhinopolos Den. This is it. Oh, there's a Rajang. Hope the hunts are going well. They are. Yeah, I bet, Aang. Compared to Monster Hunter 1, this quest is this game's pretty cushy. Look at that. You can just haul butt right up that wall with an egg. You can wirebug with eggs? I do know that. I'm saving them. I've heard the strat is to jump off someplace high and then right before you hit the ground, wirebug down to the ground. It's nice to see you, Sparkle Wolfie. Have a good day at work. Okay. Is the Rajang still here? No, he's moving. Cool. Dun, dun. Dun, dun. Dun, dun. Oh, Jaggy. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun. Dun, dun. Dun, dun. Dun, dun. Dun, dun. Uh-oh. Dun, dun. Spamming wirebugs while they have no charge also gives a boost? That's interesting to know. I was unaware of that. Alright, the final boss. The Rhinopolos themselves. The final guard. They might just sleep. Don't worry about it. Oh, that was a little sketchy. We went out and over the edge there, I think. Imagine if we fell down, we have to find a way to climb back up. That would suck so bad. I think we made it. That was pretty uneventful. Homeward bound. Man, I so rarely walk back up the hill towards this camp, but it's so nice. So nice and nostalgic. Pig Jim, hello steamed meat, welcome. How you doing? We're just doing an egg quest right now. The most type of content. Okay. Wait, that's a Renopoulos egg plus. Does that count? God damn it. Doesn't count. We need the low rank one. This is what happens when you put off your egg quests, boys and girls. Don't put off your egg quests. If you do, you'll bring the wrong egg back. Didn't even know plus versions exist. Neither did I. You're welcome, Ice Tea. Learn something new every day in Monster Hunter. Let's try that again. I didn't eat. Hang on, let's eat. That stamina's gonna help us out. You should, Monty. They unlock some Dongo for the canteen. I go inside the tent fairly frequently, Fish Kebab. It's just not to restock or change gear. The song doesn't stop till the eggs do. Oh, there's actual Renopoulos down here now. Oh, boy. Okay, don't worry about... no, it's this way. Right? Yeah, it's this way. Wait, no. It's not this way. It's this way. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Oh no! Oh no! No! Anything but that. Anything but that. He's actually after us? No! Leave me alone! Yeah, that's right. As he should. Just turn around and run. Oh, there's more Renopoulos out here. It's like they know. So this gives a little speed boost. This is so silly. I got you, Monty. Makes sense. Hop. You just do a wire bug, and then you hop, and then you do a wire bug, and then you hop, and then you do a wire bug, and then you hop. Oh god. And you just don't drain any stamina. Okay. Wire bug, hop. Oh, just 2 wire bugs. Hop, hop. Wire bug. Wire bug. Hop. Alright, we got there. Eggs for dinner. There we go. Alright. Thank you, Phantom Aragon theme. All right, it's time. It's been a week of soloing through HR7 quests after our several weeks of weapon collecting. Thanks so much, I love you. Thanks, Yomogi. You're the best, Michelle. I got that egg you delivered. Everyone at the tea shop worked extra hard because we wanted to have something to show you for your help. And voila! The new menu's ready. Yay! It's already live and everyone's loving it. You should try it too when you get the chance. Dizzy Bloom Dongo. Nice. Chef's trusty tools obtained an award. 3 months later, you got her the egg. I did, yeah. She had to wait a little while. I was busy. Okay, it's time. We've done all of HR7. We've done not all the events, but close to all the events. It is time for us to take on our first Camellios. So. Oh yeah, I'm letting you guys choose my weapon for Camellios, absolutely. 1 second here. Okay. If you'd like to choose my weapon for my first Camellios in 5th gen, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. I'm actually gonna go ahead and just tweet and put in the Discord that we're doing this. Just in case folks were thinking it was gonna be later this week. Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. When I get back, we're gonna do this Camellios quest. We'll let you guys pick the weapon for it. Thanks for being here. Tonight's a fun night. Hello, Jack McBride. Welcome. I'm back from using the bathroom. Figure now's a good time as well to say, hey, we're giving away Monster Hunter figures in the Discord. I'm giving away 5 of these guys as a thank you for a couple great years of streams and 2,000 follows on Twitch, which was a couple months ago. All you have to do is be in the Discord and click a button there, and then you can get one of these. So, I don't know. We have a bunch. Go enter the giveaway if you want. No other thing. Just go in the Discord and hit a button. Nothing unusual happened at all while I was away? Okay, sure. Also, Whopper Styler, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Hi. I hope you're doing well tonight. Okay, let's see. How are you? Did you have a good 4th? I had a pretty alright 4th of July, sure. I didn't do anything too crazy. I went to the beach and it was really too hot for me, but it was an okay time all the same. Alright. I hope you had a nice 4th of July, Jack. What'd you get up to? Anything special? Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and say last call for that weapon raffle for Camelios. If you want to be able to pick which weapon I use for my first one, type !ticket. I'm pretty excited about this. I haven't seen much footage of this guy in this game. I haven't heard his theme yet. Swimming, sunburns, food, and explosions. Well, hopefully you had a good time. I had a little bit of some of those. Yeah, I went to the beach with Annie, and it was too hot for me personally, but she enjoyed it. And then I came back and I got to sleep, which is really all I wanted to do, was just sleep. All right. I see it, Ice T. I can see it. All right, let's see what I'm going to use here. Jack McBride. What would you like me to use for my first Camelios in this game? What's it gonna be for our next urgent quest? Hello, be good over here. Hey, Novacell. Let's go with Bug Stick. That's exciting. Nice. It's good to see you. How you doing? You have come at a good time. We're about to take on our first Camelios in this game. I appreciate you not picking Heavy Bowgun. I just appreciate it. How you been, Novacell? Okay. Now, I do remember from my time with Camelios in 4th generation that he is pretty weak to fire. It's probably better to go raw for him, but, like, I don't really care. We're just gonna use the Wrath one anyways. Bugstick will give lots of options. Yeah, it should be interesting. You've been good? Okay, good, Nova. Suffering with math classes. I'm sorry. Props to you for suffering through them, though. Right, is there any other notable fire insect wave I should be considering? Probably not. Anjo looks strong, but dumpy. This, honestly, is probably better than the Wrath one. It is. I mean, the Kinsect level's a lot better, and the sharpness is better. And it would have higher attack, but... Ooh, we also have Silkbind boost, but no. We'll stick with the Wrath one, I think. Is there any other fire one? I don't think yet. Nope, there's just not. That's it. Infinite red. Always go element even though raw is pretty much always better. It's just like, I'll have all the opportunities in the world to like do these quests fast if I want to later on, right? Like, if I ever need to get a bunch of Camelio stuff, then I'll figure out what I want to run to make it super fast. For now, I want to experience the fight. And it doesn't necessarily mean I want the fight to be over in like 10 minutes. From like, oh, I brought the Narga IG and crit boost and I just destroyed it my very first time. It's like, no, I want to experience it, dude. Yeah, I saw this has elemental exploit. I forget if I've already put it on. Not yet, but we're about to. There we go. Okay. So we have a low rank Kinsect equipped right now. Let's not use that. Did we unlock new stuff? No, we didn't unlock new stuff. Not yet. Okay, severing speed fast charge. We're gonna go with severing blunt and fast charge. Yeah. It's 30% extra on elemental on 25 hit zones or higher. I don't remember the numbers for it. I don't actually know them off the top of my head. So if that's correct, then yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right. Let's get it. Did we already eat? I forget. We may have. Nope, not yet. All right, bye Nova. Thank you for saying hello, and I'm glad you're doing okay. It's good to see you. Always. We good over here? Thanks for the follow. Remember, Blunt doesn't do elemental? At all? I thought I just did less. If it doesn't do any at all... I don't know. What is more important, do you think? Getting a few KOs or getting more element off the Kinsect? It's only going to deal like one hit, right? I don't know. I don't think I'm really depending on Kinsect for much element application. Thank you, Seth and Vio, about the blunt reminder. But I'm not relying on the Kinsect for elemental. I think I prefer the utility of the KOs. Yeah. I'm not I know I'm not spamming my Kinsect often enough really matters. Roughly doubles element before skills. How so, Vio? For the moves that use it, of course. So like an assist Kinsect, right? What are you... I'm confused, Vio. What you talking about? For a speed type Kinsect, for a speed type, not the charged chain attack, just like a regular one attack thing. Like I'm not gonna be getting much elemental hits anyways, right? A Camellios has shown itself. No, a Camellios has appeared. A Camellios has been spotted. We know it's out there. Go hunt the cursed thing before it unleashes total chaos. Now, hop to it. Do it. Hey, you're new to Monster Hunter. Any tips for beginners on loadouts? Serat Edge. I guess if you're early on in the game, Serat Edge, I would say try and get armor that has attack up on it, like attack boost. And after that, basically anything else. I mean, sometimes if you're using a blade weapon, then the sharpness skills are good for that, so something like speed sharpening, sorry. For bow guns, really you just want to attack up and then maybe a shot type up if you can get it. I recommend probably looking on YouTube and seeing like probably a weapon guide for whatever weapon you're using. Less like a build guide. Some of the build stuff might be from the end of the game, but if you watch a regular weapon guide, they might tell you some of the skills that are important for that weapon besides your normal attack up skills, stuff like that. Do you have a weapon that you're going for? I don't think I got rated, Novacell. I was thinking we good over here for the follow a couple minutes ago. Oops, I bumped the mic, sorry. The quick charge one does 3 times element on hit. You mean the chain charge one, Vio? I'm confused by what Vio's saying. I think Kinsects just hit for once for the most part, right? That's why I'm not so worried about that. Would have said prioritize defense over builds for starters. I mean, Ice-T, I would say there's, I mean, most of the starting armor is going to have decent defense. If you're hanging on to like a really early piece of armor because it has attack up, that might be silly. But for the most part, all the sets in the beginning are going to have about the same defense. Getting like defense up isn't going to add that much defense more than like armor spheres are. All right, let's hunt Chameleos. I wouldn't worry too much about builds or anything, but it is good to kind of watch videos about how your weapon works and see what kind of skills might influence it. Eat? Did I forget to eat? I'll eat in the quest. This one's creepy. Oh, he looks so good. He looks so cool. All right. Yeah, Surat Edge for Longsword, and especially towards the beginning of the game, I would just worry about, like someone was saying, making sure you kind of upgrade your armor as you go, whether you're upgrading it with armor spheres or you're making new armor from new fights. That'll be giving you more defense as you go. If you fight a new monster or you fight a couple new monsters, they'll probably have higher defense on those armor sets than some of the ones you were using before, so look at that. For Longsword, in low rank, I would say just go for things that have Speed Sharpener or Attack Up on them. Those are going to be the best two things that you could use for skills. There are other skills too, and especially early on in the game, it doesn't matter too much what your build is. There's a couple skills on each armor piece, but you won't be throwing together anything crazy. Yeah, there'll be lots of neat skills to check out, so there's not like any that you particularly need above any to get through the game. Thanks, Basil. Okay, let's go hunt a Chameleos. So if what Vio was saying, if I understand what Vio was saying, it's that basically this Kinsect here, or not this Kinsect, but a speed type Kinsect that's not blunt will hit 3 times when it hits the monster, even if it's not like the charge chain attack. You are indeed Hyper Ray. Welcome. If we're talking about Elemental Exploit, the other options for Wrath's Glaive are so poor, which is why I went with it. Figured that, I mean, like, if I'm going to be using this over other glaives, I'm probably going to be using it for its fire anyways, so I'll just hope that I have an elemental zone that's high enough to make use of that. Just got done using some multiplayer hunts on Unite. Nice. Or you're doing some multiplayer hunts on Unite. What'd you guys hunt? Maybe you hunted a Chameleos. Probably not, though. There he is! I see his tail! I'm so excited for this. Oh! Oh, it's so cool! Just a bunch of low level stuff like Bulldrome and Cephadrome. Cool. I bet it was still fun. Oh, look at him. I'm so excited. Look at how his tail glows and his horn. Hey, you. Ooh. Okay, you can kind of see him. They've got him all dithered. Cool. A big slam. All right. Ouch. Hello, Peebos. Welcome. This is my first Camellios. Whoa. Okay, so that goes close to him. I probably should have brought more antidotes. It's toxin as well. His theme's good. Oof. Jump right into that. Look at him! What's he doing? Okay, this is... Okay, big poison area of effect. Sure, sure. Whoops. Yo, these flinches though. Whoop. that dumpy old hoss wipe. Okay, so there's an actual body hitbox to that move as well. Dinged on something. Ouch. What bug is that? Gets 2 of the same extract? Yeah, this is an assist bug. Wait, this isn't... No, this is the regular bug. It's not an assist bug. That's just how the Kinsect icon looks like now. When you have an assist type Kinsect, it gets different types, but this is not an assist Kinsect. This is a speed type Kinsect. This is the, for the exact bug, this is the Whisper Vesp. See, it gives you the same one twice though. No, it's just picking up 1 extract. No, it's really just picking up 1 extract. It's not getting 2. It just looks like that. Other monsters and Elder quests? It is interesting. I wonder why that's in here. I got the wrath. Oh, it's gonna hurt. Ouch. Rathalos, get out of here. Yeah. The only one that fills up both is an assist Kinsect. Everything else just treats it like it's the old Kinsect icon. Note that that poison ring is so much worth without IG, I can see it. Missed. Those are close by to it. Missed. Dude, that body slam is huge. I think it's just supposed to be the wings of the insect hyper ray, but yeah, it is kind of confusing looking, isn't it? Okay, big back hitbox to that. Okay, 2 slams are possible. 3 slams are possible. They throw out rocks. Neat. They didn't used to do that. Big swipes. Kind of hard hard to tell where he goes sometimes in between those. No, I understand why you thought so, Hyper Ray. It makes sense. Tail gets red as well, huh? Okay, so the first one doesn't throw rocks, and the second two do? Is what it looks like? Unless the first one just was weird there. Doesn't use his tongue very much, doesn't seem. Whoops. Oh, Anja's here. Oh, here we go. The mist. Oh, I missed. The mist, I missed. He can walk while he's doing that. He has some pretty intimidating moves. If you were not moving around very much, or you got comboed by one or two of them, you could absolutely get carded by it. Oh, this map looks so cool with the mist. And then it clears. Oh, man. So cool. Let me go ahead. I forgot to do this. I'm going to update the stream description real fast. Done. And the muffled music. Yeah. So cool. Saratej, it's nice to meet you. Thanks for asking the questions about it. If you have any other questions about Monster Hunter, feel free and ask them here or in our Discord. There's loads of people both here in chat and, like I said, in the Discord who are like really happy to help with like any kind of beginner or intro Monster Hunter questions. We all really love this game and want to help people get into it because it can be a little obtuse, or at least, if not obtuse, overwhelming. You hate this game? Oh, sorry, Ice-T. Ah, that's old school right there. So is that, except I don't remember that hitbox. I need to get used to the way that hits. Big swipe, got it. How long do you plan on streaming today? Another 2 hours or so. Whoa, the big tremors, holy crap, so cool. Your red potion was stolen, and he took away some of our Kinsect buffs. Wait, your red pollen was stolen. He took away some of our Spirit Bird buffs. Sorry, not Kinsect buffs. That's interesting. Huh. Instead of giving him defense down, they just have him steal parts of your Kinsects. And he's got it now. So maybe his attacks buffed? Could be. Surprised it steals pollen now? That's neat. Uh-oh. From the Spear Birds? Yeah. I got you. I misspoke. Only pollens, though? Yep. I want that. I want the horn break. Missed him. Alright, he's angry now, I think. Hit something. That dumpy old swipe attack. Whoops. He's gonna blow them out away from him. Let's not stand in them. Fighting this guy without antidotes or herbal meds is pretty fun. I bet it's tricky. Away he goes into the mist. Aha, that move. Here's the KO. Oh, he faded back again. Whoa! Okay. I could have comboed out of that better. There's the horn break. Orange pollen was stolen. That's neat. What was the stamina debuff? It emptied your stamina all the way to empty. Like, it made you all the way hungry. Oh, I missed. Oops. And it also made you unable to talk in the chat. You had the ability to chat with other people via a keyboard in the PS2 Monster Hunter games. And it also made you unable to speak. It silenced you and it drained your stamina. Dude, these staggers from the Kinsect, holy crap. Oh. Almost got me there, but he didn't do anything afterwards. Whew. Close. Nope. Use that too quick afterwards. Missed it again. That's neat. So far he hasn't drained our health or our stamina yet, but it'd be spooky if you could just keep draining your health away. Neat. Probably shouldn't use those herbal medicines to heal. Hey, alright. Cool. Let's break those wings. think I killed a Banabra? Or he killed a Banabra? I don't know. Whoa. Whoa. You better believe I'm staying down through that one. I would really appreciate red buff. Thank you. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Out. Broke something. Is that one wing? Both wings. Both wings. Cool. That's probably all breaks. Unless you can break the front arms for claws. It's probably all breaks. Whoops. Should be sharp in here. Oh gosh. That was rough. Ooh, slam into slam, huh? Dude, the frames are rough. This fight tanks them. Well, I mean, that used to be part of the weapon, Monty, is that you couldn't rely on one single shot type for the entire hunt. You had to plan your whole loadout around multiple types of damage, whether it was just normal 2, normal 3, or I'm going to bring slicing and normal 2, and that should work out. Being able to just use one shot type the entire hunt is a simplification that's come in the last year or two, or the couple of years, rather. Aw. Dang, that's a cool move. Look at that. Oh gosh darn it. Gonna fight with Anjanath again. I don't want to ride the Anjanath. Okay. Body moves while doing that move. There's Anjanath. Don't forget the tail. Oh, thank you, Iced Tea. I would have forgotten it. Anjanath, screw off. The distinctive tail of Chameleos feels very strange. He really wants me? He can screw off. Not sure if I hit the head or the back there. I think the back. I mean, Monty, don't you get bored approaching every hunt in the game for the most part the same way? That's part of the fun of different ammo types and different guns, is like you have to change up the gear for the monster's weaknesses. Whether it's they're a long monster, so they're good for Pierce, or, I don't know, anything else. I think that kind of cheapens the game, personally. What are your main weapons that you use? I like sword and shield, and probably dual blades the most in this game, but I use all of them and let chat pick the weapons most of the time. Oops. It's gonna hurt. It has a hitbox during this. Oh, no, never mind, it doesn't. I want orange buff, thank you. Okay. Well, to each their own, like you said. And I agree with it. To each their own. It is okay for that to exist. It's okay for people to be into it. Ooh, Camilleo's dunk. Neat. Nice, JJ, man. Close hunt this is? Yeah, we've used up pretty much all of our supplies. We don't have any more healing. This is it. I think he's not weak yet, actually. Yikes. Whew. Okay, I was worried he was going to do that for longer. I was scared of that poison. Not without any potions. Seems that way, Ace. Hi, Camelios. Ow. Oh no, I think, nope, hang on. Whew. Are you out of feeling? I am, yeah. Oh gosh, no! Pretty sure there's another one in like the other area? Maybe? There's not. There might be like 1 or 2 more first aids in the, might be 1 or 2 more first aids in the box. Yeah. So we have a few more potions there, but that's it. Okay, he's weak. He's coming to 3. Cool. One or 2 get 6. Yeah, there are 6 in the box. Sure. 1 or 2 stacks. Yeah, this has been a fun fight with Insect Wave. Definitely. A lot of fun bouncing around his options. I imagine it would be a lot stricter with weapons that couldn't just jump over the poison. Oh, I heard him limping. I heard that. Anyways. Oh, rip. We're good. Ooh. Ooh. Thank you for the excellent hunt, Camellias. That was a lot of fun with Insect Wave. Thank you, Jack McBride. Superior hide of a Camellios. Strange to the touch, but very durable. Sharpened claw of a Camellios. Sharp and small and sharp, but still valued for being easy to work with. A spike. A sharp horn of a Camellios. Strong and hard, but strangely easy to work with. Thanks, Roy, too. Now the other elders, if we unlock them, we'll have to start doing them soon. Ah, man. Interesting. They gave him a lot of new moves. When Cammy goes invisible, it disappears from the minimap too. That's neat. What'd you think? I think I think the poison seems pretty ruinous, which is great. I kind of miss the other parts of his fight being rather terrifying to deal with, like the defense down and the stealing things. Cammy buffs himself with your pollen. It looked like it. He had it around his head. So does that buff his whole body? Just his head? Probably his whole body. A couple more Elder Dragon Bones. Nice. A high commendation. Aw. Thanks, Rylarth. A new cutscene's been added to the gallery. Not a great screenshot, but still okay. I'm gonna take it. Defense down from 2nd gen, or did it have it in 4th? I think it had it in 4th. Maybe it didn't. I don't know. It gives general buffs. You can list them. Please do. Oh, that's nice. How do you get the buff back? Just by staggering him? Staggering his head once it has the buff around it? Talk to Guildmaster Hojo. My, Michel. A job well done. You've slain the Camellios, an unequivocal testament to the advancement of your skills, and far more quickly than I had foreseen. Yeah, it only took me like 3 weeks, dude, to get to this point from the last time you talked to me. Joho, I'm just giddy with anticipation to see how much more powerful you'll become. Make sure you keep up the good work and get that HR as high as you can. Red pollen makes him do more damage, orange pollen makes him take less damage, and yellow buff makes him a little faster. Neat. That's pretty cool. Welcome back, Michel. Slaying that Camellios couldn't have been easy. By the way, did it really look like Master Hojo's illustration? I'm sorry, it's just I haven't read up on the creature as much as I'd like, and I haven't had the chance to see one either. Such a weird-looking creature, it's hard to believe that such a thing actually exists, and... Sorry for my tangent, Hunter. With the completion of this quest, you've unlocked HR 20. Keep up the good work, Michel. Immediately 30. Michel, I have an urgent quest for you. As we speak, a Kushala Daora threatens to lay waste to the Frost Islands. The winds it calls alone could plunge the entire region into sheer oblivion. There's not a soul I would trust to handle a crisis like this more than you. Now then, hop to it. To it! The accumulated points from all the other quests? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me too much. Michelle, we have an urgent quest for you. Just so you're aware, completing this urgent quest unlocks HR 30 for you. The pacing of this is funny with stacked HR points. It is funny because for the most part, going through the game like this is paced very like differently than how it would be if you were at the end of the game at each update. At each update, adding new content on kind of paces things differently than how I've encountered the content, but this is probably something that's a little different than when the updates came out, because most folks didn't have HR stacked like this. Your target is a Kushala Daora, an elder dragon with metallic scales that can manipulate wind. It'll attack you with cyclones or use them to form defensive barriers. Study its patterns to find an opening. Well then, best of luck. Alright. Oh, the icon's so cool. Yeah, I like this better too, Morg. To the point where, like, I think I actively, after the experience, I don't think I really like playing games at launch. Just from 2.0 quests, did they really give that much? No, we unlocked our HR and then we ground up a bunch of weapons. Like, I mean, we did Narwa early and then we did like 2 weeks of weapon grinding. Anyways. Yeah, I think it's Kushala time. Y'all have waited long enough for some of these, so have I. It's time to see what these fights are like in this game. So, if you would like to pick my weapon for the Steely Storm, a Kushala Daora, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. It'll be interesting to see where my HR ends up. This is an exciting night. We've been looking forward to this. Joho, this quest will just blow your socks off, Hunter. Pardon me, the Kushala Daora is an elder dragon, shrouded in mystery. How they're able to summon tempests simply, blows our mind. I think it'll be interesting to see where the HR goes to. I've been looking forward to seeing it. Change title again? How about taking on the elders for the first time? Good idea, Jack McBride. Thank you for the reminder. There we go. Let's go take a look at the Chameleos gear, though. Again, I'm going to let you guys pick my weapon for this Kushala. But first, got some very important things to look at. Oh, it's so cool. 180 with a bunch of blue, 60 poison. Chameleos Soul. Landing a hit will yield a small chance of boosting health, stamina, attack, or defense. That's rad. Huh. That's super cool. No one knows how it works. Cool. All right, gotcha, Iced Tea. It's potent too. Sweet. I will love to try it out. All right, longsword. Oh, it goes invisible. That's so cool. Oh, man. So that means that Angani couldn't use those weapons at all, or at least that's that ramp up at all. That's a bummer. No Chameleos, sword and shield. So cool looking. Oh my goodness. We have so much more to play, dude. We have so much more to play. The venomous cologne. This gun lance has a poison chamber that coats the blade when a whetstone is applied. You don't say. Gotcha, Draconic Stormy. Thank you. So neat. Right, of course. I remember this design. We used this hammer in 4U. It's a good hammer, too. Lots of blue. 190 is pretty strong. 28 poison. Nice. It would have been Black Wolf Raven. It would have been. The Blessed Ocarina. Elemental attack boost is neat if you're in a group. Aside that looks pretty unremarkable for a horn, which is a bummer, but it's still cool. Nice design. Alright, let me see this switch axe. Come on. Yeah, the raw is bad. Oh my god, it looks so good. It's power file. Shit. Bummer. No. At least it's got good blue and 180 raw. It looks so good. Leo Breaker, welcome. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome, folks. Please don't tell me. It's impact file. What is this? Wow. This design is so neat. Hey, Leo Breaker, welcome. How is your stream? Thank you so much for the raid. Is power file bad? In this game, power file takes about twice as long to ramp up as the other ones. And so it's pretty rough. Yeah, how was your night, Leo Breaker? Playing Dark Souls. Neat. How was Dark Souls 3? It's not bad, but definitely harder to use. I was actually just reading an interesting post about, yeah, I guess there's not poison file CB. You're right, you're right. I was just reading an interesting post about Switch Axe file ramp ups, or kind of amp ups earlier today. Stream was great, but Dark Souls 3 is kicking your butt. It's supposed to be a hard game, right? This IG is so cool. 35 poison, bunch of slots. Yeah, this is a nice one too. No, Switch Axe file amp ups. Essentially, Element and Exhaust ramp up twice as often, just about as, or twice as fast as Power File. And they add a lot of damage when used applicably. Look at its ammo, the Blessed Lamp. If it's anything like Free Me Night... There it is. I don't understand why they would make it rapid fire shot for those, but if it's anything like Free Me Night, it'll fire all the elements, and it sure does. It sure does. Oh, no, wait, it fires all of them with a capacity of 1, but has auto reload on the piercing variants. That's so interesting. Huh. That's so much element. That's cool. That pattern, that's a lot, isn't it? Wonder if with capacity up, that could be decent. All ammo and auto reload? Oh, wow. Neato. Poor man's Elatrian gun. Hey, this is the OG Elatrian gun. Respect your elders. The Chameleon. It does not fire all the elements. Interesting. It's a sticky gun. Yuck. Did White Fatalis have a gun like that in Gen 2? Yeah, it was the White Umbrella, I think. Yeah, I think it has almost everything but a sword and shield. It's a normal gun? Oh, okay. Oh, the bow is so cool. Spread level 4 with high raw. Neat. Best bow. It's really cool. It's a lot of raw. Spread 4 on 3 and 4 is pretty good. Close range, power, poison, para. Nice. Love the longsword and the heavy bowgun. Yeah, they're cool. Love the longsword's design. Let's see the armor. Mizuha. All right. Mind's Eye, Ballistics, Evade Window, Chameleos Blessing, Poison Attack, and Peak Performance. Oh my gosh. I love that tail. I would just use the tail from this. Nothing else. I don't like any other piece of it, but I love that tail. I have fond memories of using that tail in 4 Ultimate. Gain the power of the Elder Dragon Chameleos. Sometimes increases the effect of Spear Birds. Also negates minor and major wind pressure. Also extends the duration of your poison effect on monsters. That's neat. Cool. Wow. Mind's Eye, Ballistics, and Evade Window all in the same piece. Oh, and it's a 4-point skill for Chameleos Blessing. Bad slot edge on these. Anti-Kush armor, same as the old versions. Yeah. Interesting. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and say last call for this weapon raffle. We're gonna hunt a Kushala Deora for the first time in this game. So if you wanna go ahead and choose my weapon for Kushala Deora, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. The armor dies very well. It did in 4 Ultimate too. Like one of my fondest memories of a set in 4 Ultimate has that waist piece on it. I like it, Basil Boy. All right, let's see. Arashi Saraika. What would you like me to use for Kushala Deora? What would you like me to use? What should I learn? Switch Axe, cool. Now Switch Axe. Do we want to go with a Dragon Switch Axe, or an Exhaust Switch Axe, or a Poison Switch Axe? I think Poison takes a long time to charge up. Dragon, as an element, should be pretty quick, I think, unless it's a weird one out. So we might do Dragon. The second Stormy Night matchup, this will be good. It should be good, yeah. Poison's the fastest charging? Okay. I don't really have an excellent Poison Switch Axe. Like, this one would do okay. I don't have a good Dragon Switch Axe, so that's off. It's basically... Oh, no, I do. I have Dragon File on the Axe of Wisdom. Are you able to make the Chameleos Switch Axe? It is... No Narga Switch Axe? I do have that one. I do have that one for Poison File. That would probably be the best choice. Could use Bishaten for fun? I think I will. Do files take from... Okay, I have a question for the math wizards in the chat. Do files take from... Like, if I have dragon type file on this guy, right? If I boost my dragon attack here, will that boost the files? It should, right? Or do files scale off of your element and this has none? Okay, no, actually, you know what? You can see the little green, the green number has gone up next to element dragon. There you go. It's good. Where if I take out one of these, whoops, you can see dragon is now at 42. Okay. Green number, yep. Okay. Attack 7, Dragon Attack 5, Wex 3, Speed Sharpening, Rapid Morph, 2 points of Crit Eye, and a Stun Res. There might be an extra deco. For what? Dragon? Nope. Oh dear, Morg. Oh dear. Alright. Could test real quick in training to confirm. Yeah, green number. Oh, an extra deco to make? Ooh. Let me take a look. Let me go take a look at the decorations we may have unlocked. Fate, good luck. Oh my god, good luck getting that with golden Almudron orbs. Jeez. Slightly increases luck, greatly increases luck. Oh hey! Crit boost. We can start making some of these. We have a decent chunk of lazurite now. Feels nice. Man, all these ones take gems and plates. I love it. Thank you, game. Oh my goodness. All right. Oh, I already have it. Let's go. The Steely Storm. Yep, that right there, Marks. Doomed to end as meal. No! I got goosebumps. Cool cutscene. Are you ready? I am. There's a Magnamalo and a Goss here too. You ready to have fun? I am ready to have fun. This might blow you away. I've heard little whispers of folks enjoying this fight. I like most Kushala fights. I have a hard time with them sometimes, but I really like the monster. He's huge! He's humongous! What? Yo! Do I like World Crush? I think he's okay. Ouch. Yeah, Piper Ray, I don't really know what his zones are like or what you're supposed to use. I don't care. We're trying this. I hit it. Whew. They really sped up the tempo of the music. Ouch, he is just below, he's fast. Let's get out of this corridor, how about? Okay, classic. Multi-bite. Hey, look, no wee-woo tornadoes. Theme feels so cold, it does, yeah. Oh boy. Nice visual on the black winds. Oh my god. Okay, so they went out and away from him. You know what? In 4 Ultimate, there's some crazy tornado patterns that I called the wee woo. Yo, okay, so that's a wire. You have to wire fall there, it looks like, or else he snipes you. And then he just pieces out. Wow. Whew. Notice where the animation for that comes from? I don't. The way he flew straight up out of there. Remind me of like Basilgeuse, maybe? That's the only other monster I can think of that flies up and away like that. Potion's gone. Potion's gone, man. Means the beam. I don't want this ride. I don't recognize it, but it seems familiar. Gosh, you're supposed to leave. I'm trying to think of what other monster on that skeleton would have that beam. Maybe Volcana? How's it going? Been lurking? We took down our first Chameleos, and we're taking on our first Kushala now, so it's pretty fun. Maybe Namiel? Dude, its hitboxes are huge. I think we got pretty unlucky with the size of this initial one. Unless they're all this big. Whoa. Does it have dragon element now? Uh-oh. I'm just getting rolled. Don't all of them have dragon element somehow? No, they don't all deal dragon element damage. Oh, what is this? Oh my god. Okay, it's a big suck tornado. Cool. Let's get out of this corridor. Dragon on attacks and Freeman Knight. I think he had ice on attacks and Freeman Knight. I got Freeman Knight Tiger still dragon damage. I'm not sure I know any of these things y'all are talking about, but okay, I take your word for it. So far, I would say I am not enjoying myself. But I still need to get used to how he moves around. I don't know, S Fox. Everyone else seems to like him in this game, or at least that I can't tell. Either they were big memeing, or they actually enjoy it and I just haven't gotten used to it yet. Yeah, it just feels like he jumps around a lot more. I see what you mean about that description, Marths. It's okay, we'll get used to him. Oh, cool. I think it's gonna end with Magnamalo spiking him into the ground. Yeah. But they did add a little, they added a little ending in there where Kush fights him back. Neat. They crisscross, cool. Those are Elatrian slams. Those are not the Wee Woo Tornadoes. The Wee Woo Tornadoes are just freaking insane. First thing to apply Dragon Bite in the game, I think. The tracking on his charges is a lot better than before. Those are his own slams, not Elatrian. They look like an animation from Elatrian. I guess he maybe backs up more than Elatrian did. I don't know. We got a knockdown, hell yeah. This is surely safe. A shell hardened by time. Crafting with it is incredibly difficult. Whew. The angle of you placing your entire switch axe into Shala's head is the funniest thing. After this quest, I'll show you guys what the wee woo tornadoes were. I'll find a clip of it. Oops. Okay. He's got a lot of moves. He's got a lot of moves. Ow. He's got a lot of moves and he hits hard. He's quite large. It's definitely different than any other Kushala, that's for sure. Well, even that rush they've changed, Fish Kebab. It tracks harder than it used to. Granted, I mean, you can still get out of the way when you're that close to him, but if you're farther away, it seems to home right in on you. As in, you need to roll right away. It doesn't home in on where you were when he starts the attack. It also has a tell now. Interesting. I'll see if I can notice it on my own. That was the 5th gen rush, though. Oh, look at him. Cute. Okay, I need to remember when he does that to like get out to the side. But it looks like he has a couple of moves that he can do from that kind of coiled state. Yeah, you can't just charge and keep swinging. I meant to try and back out there, but I didn't do it well. Didn't do it right. What do you agree with, Marsh? Marsh? What do you agree with, Marths? They made its fight a lot similar in its pacing and strategy to other endgame fights instead of maintaining Kushala's archetype. Look, I'm sorry. I slurred the word by accident. It's so large. Ow. Out to the side. I need to remember to get out to the side during that move if I can. Whoops, that was meant to be a roll. Yeah. Yeah. Someone called that bullet hell tornadoes a little bit ago. I want people to just remember that description of tornadoes when I show you the clip of 4th gen G rank tornadoes, because they're nuts. Okay, I need to get out to the side. Whoops. That's the first time I've used that switch skill. I've been trying to focus way more on him and his moves than myself and actually trying to optimize with my switch skills. I think I'll say something like this, and that the older archetypes for some of these fights, I think what was being talked about in the chat was Rathalos and Kushala, are rooted in how methodical the gameplay used to be, how slow and sort of predictable the gameplay used to be. When you take that, and if you just take it wholesale, I didn't want this mount even slightly. If you take that and you put it wholesale into 5th generation, you let the players just destroy the monsters. They're a joke. Because anything that's kind of slow and methodical like that really is easy to just destroy in these newer games. There are different ways of taking those older designs and updating them. You can make them faster and kind of a little bit more fluid like they did with Rathalos and Kushala in this game, or you can make them kind of a little bit more focused around other aspects of the fight like they might have done in World with Kushala. I think I prefer what they've done with Rathalos and Kushala in this game personally, but to each their own. Have a good day at work, Mark. Thanks for hanging out. What should it come from, Marks? What would you describe as should be its strictness? Oof. Oof. The suck. Well, let's try that again. I think I might want to try Exhaust File next time. Even though the Bishaten one's cool. I don't know. I can't tell based on what we've been doing so far if the dragon is doing well. I don't really want to know from chat if dragon's going to be okay. It felt like we were doing okay damage. I'll stick with it. Never mind. I think I need a lot more optimization with my actual movement around the monster before I'll need to worry about what file type I'm using. Wee Woo Tornado, thank you for the reminder. I'll show you guys. I mean, I don't know how you can say that when there's so many new moves added to Kushala. I mean, like, either they've changed the old moves significantly, where, like, the charge tracks a lot more and you have to roll out of the way of it rather than just walking out of the way of it. Or, I don't know, it just has so many more moves. Hello, Panda Diva. Or DVA, excuse me. Oh man, we get some For You handheld footage. There are specific patterns of tornadoes in G ranks for Ultimate, or G rank of 4 Ultimate that I'm looking to show off here. Well, what do you mean by that, Marth? You've only got so many options for, like, dealing with a move. You can block it or you can roll out of the way. I don't actually really want to know spazzing what would be better. I'm going to keep rolling with this one. It feels okay. I'll look at its hit zones and decide what I should have done after we've cleared it. Having a hard time finding the footage of what I'm looking for. I wish I had a clip of the wee woo tornadoes. I might actually. Here, hang on. Yep, we did Insect Glaive against Camellios for our first time. 1 second. There's not going to be a way of finding it for me except for scrolling all the way back to 4 Ultimate, which is not feasible right now. Oh well. Are you saying that you want more wind pressure, Marths? Because not all of those attacks looked iframeable to me, at least not with base iframes. You can't iframe a charge or anything. What's the weapon this hunt? We're using Switch Axe for our first Kushala Daora right now, Panda. I was looking for an old clip of Kushala Daora in 4th gen. Essentially, the tornadoes that Kushala would spawn in 4th generation could be tornadoes that would kind of come out and away from him in a big curve. If you have a couple of those at a time. The specific pattern that I'm looking for is he would spit out a tornado and it would go whoop, 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 just back and forth, which I called the wee-woos. And he could spawn them not just one way, but he could spawn one going this way and then jump to a different direction and spawn another one that was coming simultaneously a different way. So you have them coming like, you have one coming this way at the same time that another one's coming this way. And they're just overlapping in these complex things. And then also one's coming through and like, it was ridiculous. And like, I think when there was just one coming at you, it was kind of cool. But like, when there were things going different directions all at once, it was like, it was kind of ludicrous. I think it was just a bit overtuned. Especially when you're talking about 4th generation Monster Hunter and not 5th generation Monster Hunter. And at 140, they almost one-shot you. Of course they do. Very learnable though. How is it learnable when they can be any variation on top of each other? How is it learnable when they can have just like any sort of like direction on top of one another? That's not learnable. That's like that's like close to random. You learn that it sucks. It does have a pattern, but when they can layer on top of each other. I don't have like I was saying, I don't think the pattern of that one move itself is a problem. I think it's a problem they can layer on top of each other. I think that's too much to expect from the player, especially with 4th generation movement. Well, anyways, we're gonna hunt a Kushala in this game, where there aren't wee-woo tornadoes. All right, attempt number 2. Oh. Okay, it didn't look like he was going to combo us there. I didn't look at the Hunter's Notes because I don't think I saw any. I don't think I got any of those. I don't think I got any Hunter's Notes yet because I just tripled. I haven't cleared them yet. Some of those got eaten into the wall. Get out of that corridor. I'm not fighting you over there. Think you found one with the tornadoes? Yeah. If you want to send it to me, that'd be really appreciated. Thanks, Alpha. I was having a hard time finding something. I was looking through a couple of the clears that were first up in the YouTube search. Could be wrong, but it's your video. Oh, okay, well, thank you. Give me a second here. Do you have a timestamp? Oh, is that timestamped? Perfect. Yeah, here they are. Here they are. Thank you, Alpha. That's perfect. Are we using Switch Axe? No, we're using a gun. Right, I think gun was our first matchup on Kushala in this game. Okay. This is going to be slightly scuffed. Hang on. A wrist within a wrist. Okay, so this is going to give you an idea of some G-rank tornadoes in 4 Ultimates. There's one. There's two. So you can see they're just going all over. And some of them are going towards you and away from you. Other ones are curling out away. Like, it's just, it's a lot. Seems to do that pretty frequently. Charge after doing those big tornadoes. Kind of charge through it. So, like, I mean, they aren't always a problem, but sometimes they are a problem. Just sometimes, though. Like, you can get better at dealing with those patterns overlapping, but I thought that was a bit much sometimes. And it depended on the patterns. Sometimes they weren't a bit much, sometimes they were. And that's true, Ace. There were worse. It did get worse. It did get worse. Missed. Hey. Oh, okay. Guess that can knock ZSD off. Whoops. Whoops. Dunks suck in this game because there are much more aerial staggers and much fewer dunks. So a lot of times when you hit a monster, instead of dunking out of the air, it staggers in the air. The game didn't used to have an aerial stagger that it could give you. So all aerial staggers were dunks. That's not the case anymore. So a lot fewer of them are dunks. You have to work harder for them. Not really sure what differentiates a dunk in this game from just a regular aerial stagger, but they are different. Ah! Surprise wind? Yeah. So far, I'm not sure what I think of this guy. Which attack, Ice-T? Which one were you talking about? Ooh, the frames up here are rough. The big wind ball? Just rolling far, I guess, and having axe mode for fast movement. Look at him. I like that he has multiple spots around the map where he'll sit and do his, like, Elder Dragon roost. Please no roar! That's okay. I think everything was getting me before. Moves are starting to get me a little less. Yes, it will, Alpha. It'll be interesting to see how, if they upgrade the visuals in many ways, or just kind of like push out the LODs and up the textures. Oops. Oh god, okay.
This is Beans!
I guess all I can say I see is just spamming roll, really. I know just roll is not a particularly interesting answer. Martz, I think if you're still here, Martz and I have talked a bit about this game, and something that they've talked about several times is how you're able to iframe through lots of attacks where there used to be longer attacks that you couldn't iframe through. Is this the fight that probably you feel that the most in, Martz? I'm curious. Or one of the fights where you feel that the most in. that's a combo, isn't it? Yeah, the tracking on that charge is pretty heavy. Oh god, get out. It's okay, we just did him pretty rude too. Can barely parse all those at once.
You guys see that sick iframe? He iframed it while he was stunned. It's
I
crazy.
mean, I think that you could probably argue that a lot of the cast in this game has quick iframeable attacks. There's almost no monsters. Bizarrios is probably one where there probably aren't many monsters in this game where there's no attacks that you can roll through, right? But do you think that there are still a decent number of attacks that you cannot roll through, or do you think there's an overemphasis on that? Because I think that that's an easy way of making a fight better in 5th generation Monster Hunters, to add attacks that come out quickly and you have to respond to quickly, and making the move pool more diverse, or just making the move pool larger, and that there are more fast moves, there are more moves that you have to deal with as a player and be ready for all at once. I believe that's the basic way I would describe of how they have increased the difficulty of the movesets in this game compared to World. They've added more moves and they made a lot of them quick. Say the windows are more forgiving, not the moments are more available. You'd think that, but you actually have less iframes in this game than any game in the series prior. At least in your base roll, I should say, you have less iframes. It's true that some weapons do have tools that have lots and lots of iframes, but your base roll is not crazy. Oops. See, I really do think there's a fundamental problem with that in this generation, Marks. I think that monsters that you have to be slow and careful around generally just get bullied by the players at this point. I think when you give the players these kind of tools and movement, and you put slow monsters in, they just get wrecked. Hello, Julian Carter. Welcome back. Ow. Ow. That was some big hitbox there. I don't want to talk about that, Jane Elvis. Whoops, wrong way. Do you think G-Rank will bring rebalance? In what regard? Less monster bullying? Never. No. Nope. At this point, I think they've made it pretty clear that their general sense of balance is to let the players get to a point where they are very powerful with their gear and with their skill and their movesets. The tools that they give the player are very strong. The gear they let the player build is very strong. I think at this point it seems like, I don't know, unless there's a drastic change, I mean, when monsters first come out and when you're first approaching new content with under-level gear, it's going to be tougher, but especially once you get on-level gear and you start really practicing the fight, you're going to be wrecking stuff left and right. That's just how they have things set up now. And most folks, I think, like that. I think most folks like fast-paced, like, hey, I killed a Kushala in 10 minutes. Yeah, I don't know, Jane, it's going to depend on the person. I personally think that's a shame, because I think that the longer boss fights, there are more of endurance runs in this game, where you really have to practice and be patient, and like, I don't know, make your healing last, not make bad decisions over the course of like 30 to 40 minutes. Those are unrivaled in terms of like, there's nothing else out there like that. Dark Souls bosses aren't 40 minutes, like there's nothing like that. And I don't know, trading that for, hey, this is more appealing to more people because suddenly the boss fights are a lot quicker, and like, oh, I can handle like a 10-minute boss fight, like, or I would like a 10-minute boss fight. 40 minutes? No thanks. Like, that's just a bummer. It's a bummer there isn't anything before that anymore. Look at the game try and latch me on. Whoops, nope, that's not what I meant to do. That's not what I meant to do. Was that a head break? I think it was. I mean, you do get it after months of practice, Janomus, but it comes from optimizing your movement against the monster's patterns, not from just getting stronger and stronger gear. Ah! I gotcha, Martz. I think the version of Kushala that you want is something most players hate. Is the bummer part of things. Like, I don't hate old Kushala. I don't mind this one either. I think this is fun. I'm having a good time. Now that I've recognized some of its moves and I can dodge out of the way, I'm definitely enjoying myself. It's a fun test of reaction and speed. Some of that was lifted verbatim, Alpha, yeah. Some of that was lifted verbatim about, like, keeping focus for a long period of time. I think you see him borne out. It's really interesting going back to some of those old videos from a decade ago and seeing the modern Monster Hunter stuff taking place in them. Mazirian. Mazirian was one of the oldest content creators for Monster Hunter back in 1st and 2nd generation. There were others, but there weren't many who did guides as well structured as his, both written and video content. I gotcha. I mean, that's fair, Patty, man. That's fair. I mean, that is a natural reaction. I think that just makes these fights very different from anything else in the video game industry. That there are actual stakes. A high-quality scale from Kushala Daora is said to surpass steel. But I mean, like, that opinion is valid. I don't think that opinion is invalid. I just wish that there was a game that had content for both kinds of players. And Kush is weak. No, I'm not, Martz. I haven't beaten Fatalis in World either. I think Alpha was saying that some of the things I was saying reminded them of Mazirian. You can't forgive the whole Fatalis Morales take. Well, I mean, like it or not, Martz, you're now in the position of Mazirian, where what you think brings the series most value has been stripped away in one way or another. Oh boy. Oh boy. I think it'll be interesting, Patty Man, to see if the next time we see Elatrian it functions like Worlds did. I kind of think that Worlds might be specific to that game. Meant to ask, how's the new job been? It's been pretty good. Today was our first really busy day since I started working there. Like, busy for hours. Talking about jobs, do you ever think you'd ever go full-time as a streamer? Of course, you'd have to make enough money, and that's hard, but if you did. I would think about it. Yeah, I would think about it. I think that there are a couple ways to achieve that. I think a lot of the ways to achieve that are kind of reliant on doing a lot of sponsorships or really pushing the money aspect of a stream. And I'm not sure if that's something I'm willing to do, at least not right now. Where, like, I think with the number of people who watch, we could probably go get a lot closer to that if I pushed the money side of things a lot harder, but I don't know if I want to do that. So for now, I'm just kind of, I'm appreciative of any and all money that comes to me from the stream, but I'm not trying to focus on that or make that the forefront of the stream. I don't know how you should wake up a Kashala Deora. I do know I want that tail cut though. No tail cut, but we did get the clear. Second try. A lightweight yet sturdy Kashala Deora wing. Shines a dull silver when polished. A fierce-looking horn that instantly robs the body of cold if handled improperly. Wait, robs the body of cold. Interesting. I'm not sure if that's the right translation. And that was Kashala with Switch Axe. That was fun. I think it took me a little bit to get to the point where I was enjoying it because I was getting just smacked up by all the new moves, but That's a pretty fun fight. It's very different than the older Kushala. I don't have a takeaway, Marks, from that discussion. I think that there's a place for those sorts of fights with really imposing parameters that you have to deal with and you can't just attack or iframe through. Things like heavy wind pressure or just big, large, slow hitboxes, stuff like that. I think that that has less of a place in modern Monster Hunter. Just inherent in how fast the players and the weapon or the monsters are. You should, Fog. All right, the Steely Storm. Exactly, Ace. I'm gonna put a link to a YouTube video. It's not a YouTube video that I agree with particularly, and it's rather the title and premise of it is rather facetious, but. The arguments made in this video are intensely interesting. So here's a link to a video. Watch it if you want to hear somebody talk about what they think Monster Hunter balancing should be like from a decade ago. No, it's not the 3-hour dose video. This is a half-an-hour video from Mazirian. Now, Mazirian is one of the folks who made videos back in Freedom 1 and Freedom Unite and Freedom 2 days. Not so much since then. They have tried World. I don't know what their opinion is on it. No, this is a 30-minute video. The video is titled Why Monster Hunter Sucks Now. And so you don't need to agree with this video. It's okay. I don't agree with all of this video. I just think it's interesting to hear someone a decade ago say why they thought Monster Hunter was getting worse or different from what they liked. So if you're curious about like hearing some of those arguments and the reflections of those arguments that are still taking place now, from like, rather than someone going like 3rd gen is watering down the series, 2nd gen is where it's at. Now it's 5th gen is watering down the series, 4th gen is where it's at. Like, it's interesting hearing those parallels 10 years on. So if you want to watch that video, it's in the chat. Yes, he was comparing Freedom Unite to 3 Ultimate. It's true. The scaling between those two games was drastically different. I've seen your comment on it, Martha. I think I have. The top comment is elitist gremlin. Where's the Marth's comment? Let me find it. There's so many comments. I can't find Marth's. There's too many comments. All right. Anyways. Elitist gremlin and it's pinned. Yep. So, like I said, you don't have to agree with that video. I don't agree with all that video. I just think it's really interesting. And the person behind the video was really someone who had done a lot of good for the community at the time. Ah, Michel. Good to see you made it back safe and sound. The threat posed by Kushala Daora has been quelled thanks to you, and things should be should quieten down? Huh? Things should quieten? What? What is that word? Things should quiet down in the Frost Islands now. You're becoming such a splendid hunter. It does my aged heart good to watch you grow so. But the path of a hunter does not end. It's a constant journey. I look forward to seeing where yours takes you. Joho! Gecko, gecko, gecko. That Kushala Daora was no match for you. Good work. You know, seeing you achieve extraordinary victories like that makes me realize I have to put more effort into my own training. I'm not the only one either. You've sparked a fire in the hearts of everyone in Kumura. I think it is Fog. I just don't know it. Anyway, enough of the mushy stuff. With the completion of this quest, you've unlocked HR 30. Keep up the good work. Alright, let's see. Oh yeah, we're at 40. Oh hey! Hey Hojo! I've got an urgent quest. You know what that means. Yes, time to hop to it. It's been confirmed that a Teostra is prowling about the lava caverns. This beast is fiery, even more so than your average Elder Dragon. It even scorches the earth when it gets mad, for goodness sake. This is a crisis we can't resolve a moment too soon. Good luck, Michel. Gecko, gecko. Oh, hello, Michel. An urgent quest has just come in. You don't say. Just so you're aware, completing this urgent quest unlocks HR 40 for you. Your target is a Teostra, an elder dragon that cloaks itself in flame. And when enraged, it unleashes an explosively devastating attack known as Supernova. Please be especially mindful of this attack. It's not something you can shrug off with a potion or two. Oh yeah? Are you sure? I think that Rise's potions might, or Rise's mega potions at least, might just do it. Well then, good luck to you. Slay a Teostra. His icon's pretty nice too. He looks so regal. A Teostra has been spotted in the lava caverns, wreathed in flame. Teostra are of such a fierce and deadly nature that the guild keeps track of their movements whenever possible. You must leap into action at once and extinguish this threat. I guess that's true, Ice-T. Alright, let's look at the Kushala gear. Teostra is going to be tomorrow. So tune in tomorrow if you want to see how high my HR is actually going to go. Let's see the Kushala stuff. I think tonight was a fun night. And I liked having that conversation. Oh, the Ice Steel Edge. 40 Ice. Kushala Deorasol. Affinity gradually increases when continuously landing hits on foes. That's interesting. Is that basically Repeat Offender from GU? That's what it's called, right? Cool. That's neat. And it's quite effective? Cool. That meant, so far folks have said that the Chameleos ramp up and the Kushala ramp up are kind of cool. You'll love the sword and shield? Sweet. Oh, I love this longsword. Oh, I love these designs. But it's tomorrow now? That's true. Does that mean it's time to do Teostra now? No, I have to wait till tomorrow night. I'm sorry. Ice Steel Dagger. It looks neat. Looks like a solid sword and shield. Now, I'm guessing we won't be able to see these ones next. Or actually, maybe. Oh, there's straight up just Kushala duels. Oh, there's Kushala duels, and there's something else that's ice and blast. All right. The duels look sick. Those are brand new, I think. Classic Kushala Lance. We have so much gear to make, man. That's funny, Marks. It's neat that this one's a lion. It looks almost like Teostra. Hey, it's another long gun lance. That's cool. The turtle hammer. That's cool. We can make the horn right now. Environmental damage negated, stamina use reduced, sharpness loss reduced. Now that's an interesting song. That's a very interesting song. I wonder if you used handicraft with this horn and it got white, if you could use sharpness loss reduced to stay in white the whole time. It's kind of cool. Or stay in white a lot longer. Neat horn. It looks cool too. It's like a goat. This guy's disembodied face, like, opaquely, or like barely behind this this menu is kind of funny. It's not a disembodied face, but it looks like it when it's behind the menu. Plays Linkin Park? Does it now. Another power file switch axe. Bummer. Cool charge blade. The tortoise. Oh, it feels good to be able to see some of these. The squid! Squid looks good in this game. 34 ice is colossal. I've been looking for a nice ice bow gun. Looks like it's this one. Sweet. Can't wait to make that. Normal 2 and freeze ammo? Dude, that's so nice. Sick. I can't wait to make that. That's going on the wish list. Oh, right, the giant rifle. This thing's cool. Big old normal clips. And decent pierce clips. The reloads look rough. Fires water and pierce. Neat. It's so cool. This game has such a roster, man. Pierce Ice Bow. I think I was looking for one of those at one point. Forget why. Maybe he's an ogre. I don't know. Looks sick. Looks really nice. Plus with Pierce. With Pierce, I would imagine it's going to do pretty well with the Kushala Daora Soul. Cool. Let's see the armor. Handicraft 4, Normal Rapid Up 2, Kushala Blessing, Recovery Speed 3, Diversion 1, Agitator 2, Pierce Up 2. Nice. Looks pretty nice too. 2 points of Handicraft and Normal Up. Okay. 2 points of Handicraft is nice. 1 point of Handicraft. Normal Rapid Up, Pierce Up, Pierce Up. Okay. What was the, gains the power of the Elder Dragon Kushala Daora. Water and Ice Attack plus 5, Water and Ice Attack plus 10. I've heard about this. Also allows recovery to exceed the red portion of the health gauge. What does this mean? What does this mean? I guess I might have to wait and see. Wanted to mention earlier, I think there could be monster designs that command respect from players without being very fast. It's just that they might come off the same way Frontier did with the visual scale of its attacks. I think visual scale and damage are a good way of doing that, Marks, but they're going to chicken out on at least one of those. Probably. I'm a little bit doom and gloom tonight. I apologize. Never saw the Valhazak set bonus. I never tried it. Is it health regen? Straight up health regen? Like your health will just continue to regenerate? That's cool. Super recovery. Neat. Also nullifies heat damage. That's cool. Okay, I gotcha. But it's based around just the regular tick rate of regen, right? It's not based around like dealing damage and stuff. The set comes with recovery speed too. Nice. All right. Well, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I guess if there were some of the ways I was talking about certain fight designs, like me personally missing some of those longer, like 30 to 40 minute boss fights, I hope it didn't come across as like super doomy gloomy or super exclusionary, because that wasn't the intention. I think that it's okay for there to be nuance and things to enjoy in this faster paced game, and I think that it's okay for there to be like nuance and things to enjoy in an older, slower paced game. Yeah, those are a good example, Marks. Big fights where you're unable to warp back to a tent and get a bunch more healing, and you have to basically just avoid the large damaging hitboxes long enough to kill the thing. Alright. Anyways. Yeah, it's late. I should go to bed. I have work in the morning. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream tonight. I had a lot of fun tackling some of those last few quests against that Apex Arzuros, delivering the wrong egg. Stuff like that. This is his transition into Freedom 1, me just slowly hating on it. No. See, like, the thing is, I have those opinions of I think that some of those old game design aspects of older Monster Hunter that maybe aren't as prioritized in the newer ones, I think those are worthwhile, and I think they're interesting, and I wish they could carry some of them forward in one way or another. I think there are some ways they could that might sacrifice some of the wide appeal or the wider appeal of the newer games. But I still enjoy the newer games, and I think I'm really thankful for Monster Hunter Rise and all the decisions they made for this game, because it's not perfect. There's a lot of flaws in all the Monster Hunter games, but man, this game's so much fun. I love this game so much. Like, a lot of it is already iterated on and improved on some of the areas that I had like pretty large issues with in World and Iceborne, so I'm just really thankful for it. I think it's really neat. I think they did a really good job with this game, and I'm not quite done yet either. Anyways, I'm gonna shut up and go to bed. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. If it's your first time here and you liked the stream, think about sticking around. I'm gonna be here, I guess, talking about Monster Hunter and playing through a lot of the games for a really long time to come. After we're done with this game this year, we're gonna be playing through one of the oldest Monster Hunter games, which should be interesting to go back to after spending so much time in this one. If you're around, I guess I said you should leave a follow. Man, I'm tired. I can't remember the plugs. All right, we also have a Discord server and a Twitter and a YouTube where we hang out and talk about Monster Hunter when we're off stream, tweet when I go live and tweet out some opinions, maybe sometimes some photographs of mix sets, stuff like that. And also post highlights and VODs. So if that's something you're interested in, feel free and check those out. Wow, Marth's tip. Thanks for the follow, man. Hope you enjoyed the stream tonight. All right. I'm really tired. I need to go to bed. The last thing we're going to do tonight is I'm going to find someone else who's streaming Monster Hunter, and I'm going to give them a raid. I think I bumped the microphone. Frontier in 3D in 3 days? Dude, if Frontier was in 3 days, all bets are off. Goodbye. Goodbye, all other Monster Hunter. Hello, Frontier. Probably wouldn't totally be like that, but a little bit. All right. I think we're going to raid our friend Shogun15. Shogun15 is streaming Monster Hunter Rise. Whoops. And I think our friends said that they were right around the same point in the game we are. So if you want to see a sneak peek at maybe what I'm going up against next stream, enjoy this rest of the night over at Shogun15 stream. Okay, I'm sleepy. I'm going to bed. I'm going to go to bed. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream tonight. I hope you guys have a nice night or a good day, whatever time it is where you are. Cheers, happy hunting. Enjoy the time over at Shogun's. Good night. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna go to bed.